Woo, 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 woo. Hey. Can you guys hear me? Oh, there was no sound on the video. Let me know if you can hear me real quick. Coming on in. Can you guys tell me if you heard the video too? I'm just curious. Can you guys hear me? Uh-oh. That should improve things. You had the wrong mic on. Can you guys hear me? Hello. All right. Okay, sorry. This is my first independent live. Hello. There we go. That's better. Hi. Oh, it's so good to see you. Hello, Squirrel Snipe. Hi, Brian. Hey, Nicole. Thanks for being here, guys. So, and hey, not really here. Could you guys hear, so you guys could not hear the music on the video. It wasn't like, anything spectacular. It was obviously a countdown, but that does kind of bum me out because if I wanted to share any other audio today, there could be an issue. I tried. That's what took me for a second, is that I was trying to get Google Chrome to work because I haven't been able to get it to work for months now for some reason. And everything I looked up actually said that there's problems going on with specifically Google Chrome and like an update they did, and it not working with certain people's webcams where it works on. I can use like Google Hangouts, and I just was on Google Meets yesterday, and yeah, you guys like my awesome glasses that's still going on here. I tried to fix them before my trip, and then they just broke again. So thank you. I appreciate that, Squirrel Snipe. It's really good to see you guys. I've missed you guys a lot. And this will be kind of a rare thing. I'm not going to be doing a lot of just by myself. If you notice, I didn't really do that before. But I just didn't want to have somebody on and then just be talking about my trip to Utah the whole time. But I definitely wanted to share with you all some of the video footage, give you guys a little taste of that. And let me see if I can pull this up to here. I made a little thing for Shem and I are going to do a show. And if he still wants to, because I showed him what I wanted to talk about yesterday, and I'm going to give you guys a little taste of that today. But I think I found something. Of course, I'm not the one who actually discovered it. When I started talking about it with the people from the Moonlight Gathering, a couple people knew what I was talking about. So there's other types of possible statues or structures and all that going on. So what I found, isn't just like an anomaly. It would technically be something more significant. So how you guys doing? Good morning. Am I going? Okay. Anyway, I'll find it. It's the joke is I'm calling it Pareidolia Dreams because once I saw this thing, I was kind of being pushed out by a thunderstorm. And, it's Utah. You got to be conscious of flash flooding. And I do have some footage. I actually did get caught in a little flash flood, but I thankfully had gotten off the, they call them red dirt roads. So I wasn't in immediate risk. And then I got out of the area because even the main road was starting to flood, and that's when I was filming. But okay, I'm sorry, I can't find this all of a sudden. I just sent it to him too. Sure, you're right in my face. Oh well, I'll find it. But in the meantime, I do have some stuff from Utah. So do you guys want to see? You've seen some posts. Who else has posted? I don't even. What's funny is like I definitely met some. I got a chance to meet most of the guys that, if you guys have watched Terry Carter's channel, he's interviewed, and they're just as genuine as you would imagine, or maybe the vibe you got from them when you talk to them. Oh, really? Mass Road Recovery was? Oh, I see. Okay, I see what you're saying. If I got stuck in the platform, I thought you were trying to say that he had posted that he was there. I may not have recognized them. There were a lot of people there. They ended up having a really big turnout, and more than they expected. I think that they were a little feeling like this was going to be the last year, and I think after the kind of turnout and stuff they got, they were. Look at my glasses right now. It's like, might as well just wear them like this. Woo. There we go. This is what's weird about doing this by yourself, because it's like, I mean, you guys are here, you know what I'm saying? But when you're talking and you feel like you're just, I mean, I talk to myself all the time, and you'll hear that in my videos, but it's a little weird. Okay, there you go. That's the action we're gonna go with. Okay, so do you guys want to see some footage of the trip? And I can just start with kind of like where I went exploring, or do you want me to talk about the gathering a little more? Which I have the live footage that we can look through. Yeah, it's not, no, this is just me being stupid. All right, anyway. And future chit chats will be with others. So if you guys, I know some of you don't normally come on, but there's no pressure to have video and just to come and chat. And Utah was so beautiful. It was very healing. I did a lot by myself, which that was kind of maybe a little subject I wanted to get on, because Paul at What the Flock was kind of talking about this a little yesterday too, but somebody else had, I think it was Shem, posted something, and his is maybe a little more of a joke than not, but I personally have found myself in a very interesting journey, which is not abnormal to what the rest of my life has been like. So, when I have done the research on life path possibilities, all that has really synced for me. And it's actually helped. It really has, to just understand, like what potentially, if there's any truth to that, what my purpose is here, kind of a thing. So I have been spending a lot of alone time since the pandemic. But even before that, me and my ex kind of got in the bad habit of not shutting people out. He was definitely very opinionated and vocal, and a lot of people didn't care for it. But, we were tightening our circle, let's just say that. So that had already started, and then the pandemic happened. So what I'm getting at is that I've really pushed myself because there's been a lot of things I've wanted to do. And unfortunately, there's not immediate people around that either want to do it with me. My friends are they've got their own lives going on. And so they can't necessarily just take off and go like me, and I'm, in a unique situation. But empowering myself to go do these things by myself has been very important, I think, in my development, and as part of like my journey in healing, and then also as an educator, where I see myself, especially in the clinical aspect of it, and being able to like convey that to others. And so that is something I've been saying more, is, try to be comfortable by yourself, try to be comfortable going and doing things by yourself. Of course, you have to be careful. And I do now have bear spray. I did go buy bear spray before I left. And actually, one point, my dog was giving me the signal again. We were hiking. I have a little bit of video of that, but hiking in the area. Hey, JJ, thanks for being here. And she was starting to give me that, like, hey, something's up ahead, and nobody was out there. Super quiet morning kind of a thing. I purposely wanted to get certain lighting, so that's why I was out there. And what's up, 24/7? Yes, I am referring to. Do you know which one I'm talking about already? In the Red Cloud Loop area, that's the one that. Here, let me see if I can find the stinking picture, and see if you guys can kind of see it. So what I did was I made a little video, and we can look at that, but I didn't want to show too much because I wanted to do that with Shem's when we do our little show together. I'm sorry that I'm a little more disorganized. I spent too much time trying to get Google Chrome to work for me. instead of getting my stuff opened up. I'm confused why I'm not finding the one I sent him. And it's sort of annoying me now. You know what I mean? And when I do weird accents like that, I'm not making fun of any of my my British friends. So just, I think you guys already know that. Okay. Well, I do have the video right in front of me. So let's just show a very short bit of that. And I'll be curious. We don't need audio. You don't need to hear my little commentary anyway. And I'm curious if anybody, I'm going to save the better footage for the end of it. If anybody can see what I am referring to. Now, one thing is, while we're looking at this, is I did put a little bit of music in StreamYard so we could watch or listen to that while we look at this. I don't want to hear myself. If you guys can't hear me, I don't care, but I don't want to hear myself. All right, should we listen to a little this? Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it. I hope to see you again, Squirrel. All right, guys. What are you thinking? Are you seeing anything? Is it standing out? Okay, and I'm going to show, let's go ahead and stop this, and I want to show you guys some of my other stuff. Let's look at the petroglyphs and saw so much. And that's the other thing that I want to talk about is that I have found out that there's just so much that's not publicly, there's no public markings. I mean, if you're local, you generally know. And if you go up into the mountain areas, some of these places you know, but this kind of connects to some of the places that Terry Carter talks about with his maps and everything too. So, okay. So did you guys not see it? I know you guys keep saying it looks really nice, but did you see potentially something unusual in that picture? And I can pop it back up here if you want me to. Here, let me, is that dragon's head poking out? What? What is that? Where, from where? Talking about my picture? It does maybe, but did you notice the name of the video file by chance? Oops, I gotta open it again. All right, let's just look at it again. This is why I was kind of joking with Shem too. It's like, is this, you know, all just pareidolia? Now, let me see. There was a part where I zoom in again. There we go. Okay. That is super cool. Not really here. And I actually am also considering maybe trying to set myself up with a temporary living situation in the Uintas. so I can explore. Partly also, I have been asked to come along if we get this going for an expedition in Utah, which is something that if there were other people who are interested in doing this, I don't think we're going to be able to have a really large group, but that we would be able to put together a good chunk of us and go, and actually with the ancestor of the Lost Roads mines, who I got a chance to meet and connect with, and Bill Adams, who's worked with Terry Carter, but he's found 8 lost mines. He knows the people and gave me details, because one of the first things I wanted to ask him is if he knew anything about the sort of infamous Lost Blue Bucket gold mine in Oregon. I really shouldn't call it infamous because it's not that much, but it has to do with the Meek cutoff. If you guys are familiar with that story, the Meek family, and when they came over. So during they were actually having a really hard time, and they ended up splitting up in a group that went towards the north, that went towards the Columbia River, ended up coming along a dry creek bed and picked up softball-sized gold nuggets, and they tried to go back and find it, and they never could. And anyway, but Bill's got some amazing information on this. He's very aware of drainages, and he has done a lot of research and given me good information on books for like ancient waterways and stuff like that. So yeah, anyway, it was really cool, and I feel like Utah there's something really special about that area for sure. And I'm down. Like, I have no problem with taking a clean job. I'm really avoiding going back into any kind of corporate type style or working for a hospital again, and until I can get myself, set up for independent practitioner. So, okay, at this point, I don't think you guys are seeing it. Somebody did say side profile 24/7, but I'm not sure if you're seeing the head. So there's like a skull type structure that I'm seeing. I see 2 eyes. I see like a nose. I see a mouth that maybe is getting cut off a little bit. But let me just bring it back here and we'll pause it. And the skull. And I do zoom in at one point. And you can actually see proportionate lines. I think there ends up being 3 total lines when I zoom in. So this is where I see the head piece, whether this is an actual, like, supposed to be, I call it an elongated skull, but I see eyes. And when I pull away, when I'm a little further back, you can kind of see this other eye a little better. And a nose, and then the mouth. But this is what's weird, is that this part looks like something's been chipped out of it. So, like, you can actually see the chin structure right here. And I do have footage of it from the backside. So the backside, it looks like some huge chunk was taken out over here. So if there was any sort of look of it from the other side, that's gone. Once you start actually getting underneath this, you can't see the skull face anymore. And hello, JP! Love you, buddy. So, then I do think I see what could have been another head on the other side of this, where it has a similar structure here. It looks like it's offset coming off and had the possibility of having the face, but there's obvious chip work, like really distinct lines. Okay, so and don't get me wrong, this could just all be what the F ever. The thing about this is, and I'm going to show you some other pictures of this area, the 2 things. This is something called Sawtooth Ridge. And so this area has a very distinct pattern that you can see from quite a ways back. It also looks like there's a table rock right with it. And you're coming into this, river valley. It's very like epic gate looking almost as you're coming in. But then just prior to this area is a whole series of caves up into the hillside, I should say, like boulder side, into the rocks. And with that is the Mechanici petroglyphs, which I'll show you because I do go to that site. And the uniqueness of those petroglyphs, I think, is something to talk about as well. So that, I wasn't planning on seeing anything like this. I just love, I've told you guys this too. I love to go find like back roads and I was trying to find other petroglyphs and go hike to stuff. And so I'm driving down this back road, and I wanted to, because I saw the saw ridge structure. I just thought, oh my God, this is gorgeous. And then I'm like, I'm just going to go drive down in there and see how far up I can go. I wanted to actually see how far up into the mountains I could get on these roads. Because, a lot of them turn into more off-road type style. My car's like borderline can handle some of it. So anyway, I got chased out by a thunderstorm, and I actually have a little footage of that. This is the first time I saw it. And so I decided, I better get out of here. I don't want to get washed, or get stuck up here or anything. I'm by myself, blah, blah, blah. So I come down, and because you can't see it from the other side when you're coming in. And it was like from quite a ways back. And that day, the sky was cloudier, so we can look at that, but it's not as easy to see. And so, but I could see it. It just stuck out to me like a sore thumb. And I just went, and like all of a sudden it just popped in my, I wasn't looking for it. I was looking at all the rocks. I think all that is cool. There's even, I ended up going later to the Dinosaur National Monument area, and they have something called Turtle Rock. And it looks a lot like there's a carved turtle up there, but it's more the head that sticks out than anything. And, a lot of that stuff, I'm not necessarily like, I'm not the first person I'm more likely to be skeptical about it. But I will just say that this just stuck out to me. So that's all. I'm going to shut up about that now. And I'll show you guys a little more of the footage then of driving to it and everything. I should connect with Mick Norton next time you're in the basement. Okay. And you're obviously you're north of Salt Lake, I think is what I was getting from that one comment. And that's a nose for another side profile. See, I thought so. It looks like it was supposed to be seen from the other side. You'll see what I'm talking about. And one of these things too is like, unless you're there, it definitely, when I look at this footage, I'm like, oh, it doesn't feel quite as clear as it did, when you were there in person. So that's something. And but that the camera I have isn't that bad, but maybe a better camera that can zoom. My zoom's not that as good as I was hoping. I have one of those, because it was like so cheap too. I got the Samsung S23. I know it's a newer phone, and I don't ever normally do that. I seriously did it for the camera, and it's almost always in airplane mode. So yes, Ogden, which is really pretty area. So, then 24/7, if you want to email me ever, if you're interested in being a part of our group going out, it's going to be in the Uintas. It's going to be closer. I don't want to give exact area, but it's going to be closer to where we were for the gathering. And that's right, you weren't at the gathering. But anyway, so if you're interested, my email's in my YouTube, but it's mindful. I'll put it down here because it's kind of a long one, because mindfulexposures@gmail wasn't available, but I might try to get it still. It's mindfulexposuressynergy@gmail.com. Okay, so let's look at then, I think what might be a good idea is to look at the footage coming around the hill. What I mean by that is where I was staying, I would take this back road. People are going to probably, if you know this area, going to probably figure out where it was. But if you take this back road, you can get to this town. And that, I had to get ice pretty much every day because where I was staying, that was the only thing I didn't have. It was a super nice place, super cool. The owner was really cool, has her own information stories, took me in there side by side up into the mountains. I have some footage of that. It was crazy. It felt like you were on a roller coaster ride because we were going over these huge rocks, so you're just like this, like getting swung around like that. It'll be like my demonstration, so we were like harnessed in and everything, but that was really cool. She was trying to see if we could find some moose and stuff. I didn't see any, but there was some amazing views. And then she kept being like, if you go this way, there's Native American ruins. If you go this way, there's petroglyphs. And none of this is marked. And she's like, the Forest Service has set up certain things so that you can't easily get back in there anymore, and that you have to hike. So yes, that is my email, right? I'm just double checking it's spelled right. Yeah. Please send me an email. I'd appreciate it. Definitely, I think some of you who know me a little bit more from the past know that my mission, and something that I'm going to talk about, is and if Daniel Foster shows up, we're kind of talking about some thoughts here on that. He's in a difficult situation though, but yes, all lowercase. Thank you. And very true about what you said with multifaceted, different perspectives. I'm sorry, Brian, that you're dealing with arthritis. And we always talk about anti-inflammatory. Do you walk around barefoot by chance? You might find that helps. If you don't, probably have heard of all these options and probably have tried them all. I only say that with a little chuckle because it's so true. And there's a woman I've connected with recently, and she's on a health journey, and she's kind of getting into the newer information stuff. But I asked her all these questions. She's like, yep, try that. And it's not that it's not working. It's just that, there's just a lot going on and a lot of different things to try. So anyway, just throwing that out there, but I hope you do feel better, because you know how important you are to our community. Brian's not there, brother Brian's not there, then it's not a stream. So let's look then at some footage here. And I'm just going to talk through it mostly, and every once in a while I might play a little music or something, but just let me know if you guys have questions, especially about what you're seeing. And this is all raw footage, so I haven't tried to amplify so you can see things better, if that makes sense. So this is the back road that I was on, and I'm just driving, and boom, petroglyph. No signs, no, some of this is tucked in and out of private property. And there was this one place I really wanted to go hike back into. I just didn't have the time. There's so many places back in this area in general that I wanted to go hike back into and didn't have the time. That have, I guess, some petroglyphs and other types of things. So awesome to hear, Brian. What was the other thing? And then if you can get CBD oil, I don't know. You're probably doing as much as you can. You know what? One thing I started doing, instead of taking ibuprofen, which you heard me say this already. No, I don't think I've said this because this is newer. I started using olive oil, and you're supposed to take a shot of it, and that's supposed to compensate for at least 2 or 3 ibuprofen. And it has made a huge difference. And then I started using ice instead of heat. Have you done, and I have not properly done this, looking to maybe do some forest type setup, where you go into, you're supposed to go to a forest stream, and you go sit. There's this guy, he had cancer, and he goes, I take 1 day a week, and I just go, I completely disconnect from my phone, my internet, everything, and I spend the entire day in the forest. And he spends a good chunk of it just sitting in a stream, a natural stream. It's pretty cold. Some of that's getting used to tolerating that, but the whole ice bath, cold water therapy is supposed to be amazing. And I am noticing a huge difference between using ice for my cramps versus heat, which I used to just sit with a heating pad because I'd be in so much pain. And now I find myself I'll usually have to sit with the ice, which is more than 20 minutes is what I have found. like closer to 40 minutes, and then usually I'm good. I might have to do it again the next day. This is night and day difference. I was taking 12 ibuprofen a day. I was doubling over in pain. I would throw up because the pain would get so bad. And part of this, by the way, was I did do acupuncture. And I know that made a huge difference overall. And I haven't done I did it for about 6 months, and I haven't done it in now probably 3 years. Yeah, I think it's been 3 years. Yeah. No, because it's been closer to 4 years. So that's, to me, I think, a really big deal. So, okay. Oh, I'm playing this video and realizing it's not playing, but this is, let's see if we can find, I want to find what I was just talking about, where I'm coming down this road and all of a sudden you just see this amazing structure. And the lighting, I got so lucky. It was hot. It was very hot. It pushed 100 degrees, over 100 degrees. Poor ladybug. I would do this thing where we go hike up these bluffs and bring the water with me. Oh yeah, this is good right here. And I would end up, it'd be a little rough. Like, there was a few times where we had overdid it, and then I had to sit in the shade for quite a while before we could go again. And this one hike kind of freaked me out a little bit because it was just like, oh, it kicked my butt. And that was to go try to get dinosaur tracks because I'm making a little video for my nephew. So anyway, this is like, you can see the red dirt road. This is, and I apologize, obviously this isn't edited, so you'll see me kind of flip around a little bit, but I love it because I'm on these places like nobody's out there. Oh yes, Brian, that off-road app. Crap, I'm forgetting the name. I want to say it starts with an O. It's gonna drive me nuts now. But a lot of people are using it that go off-roading like this. And the lady I was staying with was using it. She was actually showing me how she was like marking her tracks in her trail, and then she'd make these notes so she knew what roads were really rough and what roads were a little more accessible, or if they had gone through that year and cleared it already, because it's kind of their thing is they go up and they clear these out. So that's interesting that you're really cold to sensitivity, JJ. And honestly, warm springs, I'm sure, are so healthy for you. I remember I felt when I was real little when I did it, but when I was it was the Blue Springs, warm springs, and I remember there being something magical about that place. So I think mineral water is super important. So let's send a little love and light over Brian, and especially over his back. Okay, interesting, JJ. And of course, I don't know your medical history, so that's something, just so you guys know, like, I really want, like, with these chit chats, that's really what I want to talk about, is deep dive into what people are dealing with themselves, what they've tried, and open that door on the trauma discussion and the possible connections with that too. Yeah, I want to go to Florida again. It's been a long time. JJ, I hope you guys have a route and action plan for this fall. I'm not putting any fear. I just know that with that temperature warming up in the water, that the hurricane season is going to warm up. All right, you guys can see the inside of my dirty car. Holy crap. Oh, I drove back and I hit all these black crickets driving through Nevada and Southern Oregon. And oh, you guys, it was so gross. There was like this total smell when I got out of the car, and it was just caked. The side of my car was just caked in black goo. I felt really bad, but there was a point where there wasn't much I could do. I did try to go around as much as I could, but okay, JJ, we should totally, because gut is something I've had to work on myself and my ex and stuff. But just because I have commentary, just because I say certain things, I really believe that everybody's very different. I believe that it's just good to just talk about it and just see, have you tried this? And I don't think it's good to throw everything at the pot. I think it's good to try one thing at a time. But what it's starting to really make more connections for me personally, or what I'm finding, is having to do with the emotion side of things and the trauma side of things that I think in some cases we think we're good with. Like I don't remember what triggered it. Something triggered me while I was on this trip, and all of a sudden these old feelings kind of came up, and it was about something, and don't need to get into the details of it, but just somebody was in my life a long time ago. And then, okay, I guess I could just say a little bit. It's my ex he's dating this girl, or I shouldn't say it like that. They've been together a long time. Like I think or would hope they get married. I'm very cool with my exes, by the way. I'm very at peace with that. I wish the best for them, kind of thing. What hurt me, which is funny because it has to actually all do with this girl, or I don't want to call her girl, woman. We're all adults here, right? And she has her own past trauma that has to do with past relationships and being hurt severely, and it having to do with her ex's ex, kind of a thing. Okay, so for me, she has a problem not with me, but just the presence of me because of her past. Okay, now what triggered me is what I was just talking about with being alone and feeling aloneness. Because again, like I told you guys, I've been through quite a lot, and I've been spending a lot of alone time in the last 4 years almost, and that's okay. I'm not doing this to pity, sad story. I'm saying it as a way to relay the experience of what I've been through, what I'm working through, and all that. So, and that's awesome. And actually, I eventually want to. I'm not necessarily planning on becoming a Reiki master, but I want to reach, through a guidance, just to have that experience. But I know I've been doing Reiki now for quite a while in my life, so I think that's really important. I do think spiritually, it's the whole mind, body, spirit thing. And so what I was getting at with my trigger is that what I realized was that I had this moment where I was almost upset about that, because the whole thing is I can't really hang out with them. I can't be, and it's always awkward anyway when you're friends with your ex. And we actually I really enjoyed my relationship with him outside of my friendship with him, outside of what our relationship was. I actually felt like we were way better friends. I actually felt like our relationship was a friendship, more of a friendship. So it hurt me because I am alone and I would like friends, and I don't understand why I have to be, this is what was going through my mind for a little bit, why I had to be quote unquote victimized, why I had to be pushed away because they're going through their own thing, right? Well, that was just me going through some healing of this acceptance of, it's okay. I forgive myself. I forgive myself for some of the choices I've had to make to set up boundaries. And that's sometimes why I'm alone. This is a tapping technique, by the way. That's why I'm doing this right now. It's actually supposed to help when you do this kind of motion. It's supposed to help with wiring your brain so that you see a memory differently. You rewire it in your brain. So I do a lot of this right now. I forgive myself. I forgive them. Because we go through so much different things. People are so different, and it's so easy to villainize somebody. And I think it's more important to try to look at it a little differently. So it's okay to cry. It's okay to and not remind yourself you're not weak for those things. It's okay to be empathetic. You're not weak for that. I mean, I think I'm going on a random tangent now, and I'll just play some more video. But I will be commentating here. I just want to play this, and so you're not just staring at me the whole time. There we go. Okay, so Yeah, it's the whole the body keeps the score. And what's that other book I have? It's the stress, and I'm going to do a whole episode on the stress disease related connection when the body says no. And that's the book I'm trying to think of. You might be surprised too, JJ, that it's not always the food. Because you'll watch like these people, these like eat just crap and junk food and have like be in the best shape. So I think sometimes with the gut, it is actually more related to your hormones than we realize, which is really interesting. And then the good and bad bacteria, are we killing out too much of the good with the bad? So those are things I think sometimes to keep in mind. TW, what's up? Hello. I'm glad you're here. Leafy, what's up? Hey guys. So this right now, what you're watching, that's the rock to me. I think I do zoom in on it more. That really looks like a table rock. It has a little more of a tufted top to it, but it's pretty flat overall. Wonder if I'm talking too loud. If I am, just let me know. It makes me feel less alone too. This is why this group and this community has been so important, no matter like the fluctuations and the changes. And I did have to take some time away, which is why you guys didn't see me probably from like January to after. Part of it was like I was just trying to figure out what I want to do with my life. Not that I don't already have an idea, but just that I was trying to figure out. Look at that lighting. Isn't that gorgeous? Oh, man. I did get to go swimming. And JJ, I feel like you and I, that was really well said with the rejection. Kind of maybe it had similar paths with, because I know you've mentioned having to set up boundaries. And I think that's important. Doesn't mean doors are being closed. I think it's just like, it's just saying I need to protect my energy a little bit. I also think that though we have to deal with it more than we do. I think some people, maybe it's more about a balance. Here we go. This is good. Where maybe we're not supposed to completely shut the door, but, and that's, I mean, if murder's involved, I think, the door's been shut. So, but if, you know what I'm saying? So just trying to remember to be flexible in that way too, but also making sure that you're not being abused. And calling people out on their shit, that kind of stuff. It's all important. Oh, good for you, Brian. There's actually a whole thing like, which is interesting because actually coffee can be good for you, but anything in excess could be potentially bad too. And coffee, something I realize is that if I'm starting my day off with coffee right away, it actually does mess with your metabolism and your gut, and that you're supposed to really be putting something else in there before the coffee. And that's hard for me because sometimes I do not want to eat and all I want is coffee, even over water and everything. But I do have some lion's mane oil I'm going to throw in my coffee right now. I don't know. That's good stuff. Okay. And again, unedited footage, so you're going to see like some more wobbling around. Unfortunately, the live we did at the Moonlight Gathering on Terry's phone, I had a lot of issues. So if you guys caught that at all, there was a lot of me having to take the phone and reset it. This is my lion's mane oil. It's always too bright for you guys to see it whenever I do this, but this is Blue Sky Fungi, and if you guys follow me on Instagram, I follow them so you can find them there. But I'm also not sponsored, and I never will be. I just want you guys to know that. I'm also never planning on monetizing myself on YouTube, like kind of like Shem. I don't. There's nothing wrong with anybody who is doing that. Okay, so do what you got to do. I already got a warning from an interview that a lot of you guys know me with Richie when I did the Wide Awake show, and we did an interview with Amanda Vollmer. And I got actually, like, it was super weird. I got the most amount of views out of anybody's channel when I had the least amount of subscribers, which shows you the shadow ban on that to begin with. And then months later, they took it off and slapped me with a warning. I didn't get a strike, but I got a warning. And ever since then, I'm like, and my numbers do these weird, and I don't even look at my analytics because it's just too much. And it's like, I talk about that with your phones too. It's like too much. And again, if you do this, I'm not trying to, Joe, what's up? I want to call you guys by your real names, but I'm not going to. So I just so you know, I'm going to just call you by your, but if you guys want to call me Sarah or Esther, I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. I have decided that I really want to just, oh, hey, what's up, Sideways Stewie? Thanks for coming in. What was I going to say? I forgot already. You want to look at more footage? ADD. I should record myself doing that so I can just play it. Okay, so this is more of what I was showing to earlier is Sawtooth Ridge, which you can see right there. I don't think you can see. And I apologize. I know one of these I zoom in on. I just, JJ, I want to move to Florida because it is so beautiful, but I do feel like like how many people there might make me a little bit itchy. As you can see, I like to go to places where, like, I'm potentially putting myself in danger because nobody's around for miles and miles. So I guess I like to live on the edge in a different kind of way. But oh, I look cold. Oh, I look cold right now. It is actually like a really nice, cool morning, and I love this sweater that I'm wearing. It's very Native American like too, so it totally follows my style. But I'm not too bad. I do have fans on me at the same time as well. So anyway, this is the footage you're seeing right now is me coming down on the backside. And I do know now, like, where I'm coming down here, there is a way to hike up on the backside of that Sawtooth Ridge. So these are all expeditions I'm planning. And you will see too, I'm pretty sure this is the same day I go to the McConkey petroglyphs. So you should see those coming up. Well, the Everglades is the place for me. So I can swim with the anacondas. Man, those, my fear of snakes is a little less because I actually saw like one of the biggest rattlesnakes ever. And thankfully it was from a distance, but my dog at the time ran up this hill we were supposed to hike up and jumped over it. And that's when I saw it. And I mean, I'll show you guys when I come back on camera, but it was ridiculous. And I didn't see the head because it was crossing the trail, but it was very long. You could tell, and it was very big. I'm not even kidding you. Like the middle of the body. Okay, I'm exaggerating a little bit, but yeah, like the middle of the body of this rattlesnake was this big. And I have seen them this big, and it was in a remote area where there's not a lot of. It probably was a really old guy that lived in this specific spot for forever. And anyway, that was crazy. So I'm not as afraid of snakes anymore. But here's the thing: I do want to go to the Everglades. I've only seen a touch of it. The other thing, if I come to Florida, that you guys will make sure there's plenty of support for this, but we're going down to the Keys because that is like I want to see that type of water. I would love to go to the Hemingway house. My sister-in-law actually hung the pictures of the original Hemingway photographs in his cabin. And so she actually, because she got to work there for a while. So my brother lived there, went to school at Full Sail. You guys know Full Sail? Here's the thing. I actually love snow. And when I moved to Oregon from Wisconsin, I didn't love it as much as Wisconsin does. Okay, Wisconsin likes negative 30 degrees with negative 30-degree wind chills and blizzards. That I'm like sometimes like, yeah, okay, maybe a little less of that. And the thing too in Wisconsin is that the snow sometimes and often didn't melt until May. So your season is winter and summer. No, I'm just kidding. There is a spring, but I moved to Bend, Oregon, which is Central Oregon, because partly because of all the recreational opportunities and the remoteness of that area, but also because of the snow. I missed it a little bit. And then my first year living there, I lived in a travel trailer, and it snowed. We didn't properly, sorry, getting a little excited. We didn't properly insulate the bottom of our travel trailer. And so we got, what was it? It was 30 inches of snow. It was like a record snow year in Bend, because normally they just get a little snow and then it melts. And they or in the bottom of our trailer, the tanks froze, so we couldn't go to the bathroom in our toilet because it was like full of ice. And the water, we had to constantly do a certain thing to keep it from unthawing. And yeah, I had to make sure that, and I had to work really early. That was when I was still a sleep tech, and I would take over for the night shift. So I'd get there really early in the morning. So I would like shower either if the patients were gone, like just before or after my shift. I'd have to time my poops for work. So it was really nice because most of the time I got the whole lab area to myself all day. But yeah, so TMI, that's your TMI for the day. The Hemingway house has a long line, and $45 a person. As of everyone's favorite part. Oh, there's cats all over. That's cool. Yeah, that $45 a person, that's kind of gross. I'm sure it's changed. There's been a couple places like that, especially out here. So, okay. Anyway, let's look at more footage. Let's see. One thing is, let me just double check to see if I have a closer shot. Oh, this is kind of worth it, I think, because there's caves everywhere. So there's dwellings in general all over Colorado and Utah, mostly on the east side of the state and more to the south. And some of them are in the national parks, and they're not easy to get to. A lot of these, I could just see that a lot of them are, I can spit it out. A lot of them are off-road, and they're like really washed out roads. So even if you are off-roading, so this is, and you'll see there's some housing in this area, but look at this rock structure to begin with. And maybe you'll be able to see some of it, but, oh, there you see my leg. Okay, let's not do that. I wish it was easier to flip between the videos on this. You have to keep, oh, I had a rattlesnake experience. That was cool. This was up by the Flaming Gorge, if you've heard that. Slides. No, I don't want to do that. Really? Yeah, it's, and mind you, I am in Firefox. I don't know if that has to do with it, but it's kind of annoying. So you just saw me kind of jerk my dog away because she kept going right up to this tree, and I remember I looked at this tree and I went, oh, that looks like a perfect burrow for a rattlesnake. And then maybe you can't end up seeing it, but it is right there. Oh yeah, do you see the coloring a little bit right there? He was all coiled up. He barely moved while I was out there, so it was no big deal. But and then this, just to give you some idea of the rock, very big Well, have you guys seen pictures of like Arches National Park or Canyonlands, where it's like you're just looking at these huge rock structures? They look like giant boulders that have been etched or, chipped away at. But it's just, the structures are amazing to begin with. That's you guys seeing camera action, the down and up. And then like the whole trip, I'm fighting like thunderstorms because it was so there. They had so much moisture. If you guys know, Utah got tons of flooding. And so, okay, so that wasn't the McConaughey petroglyphs. I think this is. And I have more footage. Oh, wait, you can't see it. 1 second. I have to keep doing stop, share, stop, share. So, we're going to have a whole episode where I'm going to talk about that because I do have some layouts and I want to do a little bit more of a structured like checklist of some of the things that I'm going to look at. But something I really want. So I was supposed to move to Ecuador at the beginning of this year, or maybe by the spring of this year. And that was talked about a lot in 2022. And what that really was, though, was this PMA idea. And really, I've always wanted, I shouldn't say always, that actually started, to be honest, partly because of Richie, because that was somewhat of his idea. His was a little different, but it did kind of inspire me to think, well, all these new things I'm looking up on you can see how hot Ladybug is, on alternative healing. I thought it'd be really cool to have a place where we could either experiment and have a lab where we're creating some of these devices to try out and make testing with, or we're like also working with sustainable type setups. So that has to do with free energy type ideas, or gardening concepts. So I'm really big, if you guys haven't already seen them, in the Earthship style homes where your home is at more of a brim. So on one backside, you've sort of dug or built a hill, and they've done this in Arizona. You don't have to, you can build it into a hill, but that you're actually insulating like the whole back and almost sides of the home. Okay. So really you're going to focus on most all your light's going to come in from one area, but you are going to have ventilation on the back side of that. And in some cases, people have like living roofs that kind of work with it over, but the front end often has, or parts of it have, a greenhouse, so that this greenhouse, and with the vents that you're putting in, you can open and close them based on the time of year, and you're allowing natural heating and cooling. You're allowing your own greenhouse to either heat your home or cool your home. And so that is a huge part of what I want to do. And then there's a whole thing, this has to kind of do with the rice terraces that you see in Japan and China, and it's not just that, but there's like a whole sort of irrigation system that you can set up with a hill type setup too, where you're doing this sort of trickle down system with your water. So you're constantly, and you can make little, like, ponds are actually very crucial to the whole thing. This is why people are taking their swimming pools now and turning them into natural pools, and you use your own plants to filter the water instead of chemicals. But these are also like establishes a whole little mini ecosystem on your land, and then having food gardens, also companion planting. I am not a quantity person. I'm a quality. I think that a lot of farming, even till this day, is still too much about quantity rather than quality, but companion planting is like the Three Sisters. If you guys have heard that, the Native Americans took corn, bean, and squash because the beans actually had so much nitrogen that they're feeding the soil, and feeding then the corn, which is like a very like wants a lot of that nitrogen. And then if I'm remembering correctly, I think it's the properties of the squash, and one of them helps keep away insects. So they're like natural insecticides. We're not using pesticides. And it's just like, like letting nature sort of do its course. So I've talked about this before. There's books on this, and her name is Anastasia, but she, I think, comes from it's actually in Russia, from like an older establishment set up. This is where her views come from, but she is like really truly believes in the whole, you're gonna live, eat, and die in this area. Not that you would never travel, but just that the idea is that you return to the soil, and you return right to that area, and they feel like this is part of why we're so disconnected, especially from our ancestors and from our past. It's because we're not actually, like, our energy is not staying in the same area. So she's talked about that she gave birth right next to a bear and a wolf because of the symbiosis relationship that she had with the land and the area. So I've been watching Peter Sananello. Wait, is that the guy, Sideways Stewie? Is that the guy that, because like, if it is who I'm thinking it is, I literally just watched like 2 of his things that I never watched before. So I wonder if I just said something he said, but is he the one that does a lot of the Amish review? And he just did one on this really sweet kid, this really young kid who's totally living by himself, and his parent, I don't think he's actually Amish. He does believe in God, but his parents have electricity, but he decided that he was going to live without it. I don't know, but funny enough, I literally just started watching that. Oh, you guys, you see my this is I have not actually written over this in a while, and you're supposed to, like every month, you're supposed to clean your doors, which I think is interesting. That's kind of an old witchcraft thing, but you're clearing the energetic energy of people who come in and out of your place. You're also supposed to clear your vision board and rewrite it. But this says freedom, self-reliance, organized city, rearrange library, sign up for classes, what I want, financial freedom, sustainable living, land to grow and explore, knowledge, and I do have it saying to be known as doctor. I don't really care about that as much, but just to be, like, what I mean by that is like have respect with the knowledge I'm presenting and not be seen as I want to be goofy. I want to be weird for the rest of my life, but I in some cases, by my peers and sometimes my family, I think my opinion hasn't always been respected. So, but what else is new? I mean, we've all been there, right? So, this is something that I want to put together, this PMA idea and this foundation. And actually, Daniel Foster, who you guys might know from BurnEye's channel, he has been talking. He has a VA loan, and I have to look into that more because I did a lot of research on the nonprofit avenue when we were talking about Ecuador. And of course, we were talking about going out of the States, but like as soon as you want to take anything out of the States, and with nonprofit, there's so much stipulation. It really holds us to potential boundaries. And that's my only concern, is that maybe we start with it, but then we would pull away and develop more likely like a private setup. What's up, Atlantis is found? Hey guys, thank you so much for being here. My first independent live. Feels good talking with you guys. Because I don't always get to, I talk about myself enough. Okay, let's look at more petroglyphs and give me a second to stop talking. Okay, yeah, this is the longer one. Look at these huge. I think I pull away a little bit better, but and here, some of it you might not be able to see, but some of the petroglyphs are really faint, and they're actually impressions. Like right there, do you see? Can you kind of see that the little like poke like holes? There's like a necklace. So you can see that one a little better now. The body. This is the one too where they do have heads that they're holding, like it had to do with decapitation. So that was really interesting. But these are some of the petroglyphs, and I will enhance this so I will have better footage, like so we can see the lines better. because this is raw footage, everyone. I have not altered this at all. I don't alter my stuff a lot. I only try to bring out things if you can't see them very well. Just FYI. And there's better ones than the ones I'm showing you right now, like that you can see a little clearer, but you can see how high up I had to hike up to get up on this bluff to see these. So they're up pretty high, and there's ones that I end up, and also I didn't have the best lighting because of the cloud coverage coming in. I was, like I said, fighting thunderstorms, so there's more here. This isn't really. Yes, also, by the way, I want to do a lecture culture too. And Gerald, again, if you guys are watching BurnEye, which I think most of you guys are, probably either we're all like, from the same area, but he just, Gerald was just on talking about that he is pretty sure he's figured out free energy, and he does a lot of the copper coil system. But what I was really wanting to know is like because he says it has to do with, the lecture culture, but some people with the lecture culture are setting up pyramid-like designs. That was something, and I'm just saying this out loud right now because that was something I was thinking in my head that I wanted to ask Gerald, like if he's tried to do, sorry, let me take my cursor away, to see if he's tried to do like the copper coils in a pattern as opposed to just like straight up one. And he didn't get into the full, he's going to explain it more later. So we'll find out. But anyway, that is something I was curious about. And then like, what if we could add in some kind of acoustics for resonance? And see if that doesn't actually like, amplify the signal. Okay, so this is interesting. Yeah, this is like one of the red petroglyphs, the red paint petroglyphs. You can kind of see that the chief's head right there, like there's his head and the face, and then you can see that this rock. Oh, what happened? Weird. Oh, did this freeze? It's acting a little funky. It's a little wacky up in here. Hold on. Here we go. It's the weird town. There we go. Now we're getting to the good stuff. Here. Did you guys see LK99 ambient temperature and pressure superconductor? I do not know what that is. Fractal. Oh, so would 24/7, like what I suggest, I feel like maybe that would work in that sense, in that same way. In TW, I do not know what that is. If you want to send me an email with that information, feel free to. I send all kinds of stuff to BurnEye all the time. Not that everything is. Okay, do you guys see the horn guy up there? Or let me go back real quick. There's a lot of this. This guy was a little more detailed in the sense that he looks like he has like some extra like jewelry to him. But look at those horns. There was a lot of like little horn guys in random places. And this guy's got antennas versus the horns. But you'll see the more colorful ones as I go. So one thing that was super sad about this, and this one wasn't bad. Not nearly as bad as some of the other ones I went to. The vandalism was just heartbreaking. And it was like right over them. So some of me wonders, some of it was like weirdly like really nice looking, like the way they wrote a name or a word. Like there wasn't a lot of like graffiti, you know, because those people I think understand art. but some of it makes me wonder if it was on purpose. I'll say it that way, because some of the times you look at pictures of these and then you look at like how worn away mine look from my footage, and then do you see these? You might have noticed on the other one there are numbers. By the way, they do number these, and I did see that on some petroglyphs in other areas, but not all. So that was a little interesting to me, like who put these numbers and identified them this way. They obviously like took pictures and stuff, but smell check again. Let's listen to some, I'm going to be right back. I'm right here, but I will be right back. And so in the meantime, I'm going to play a little, oh, yep, Ladybugs, star of the show. No need to apologize 24/7. It's all good. I'm chill, pretty chill, pretty freaking chill. Ding, 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 ding. And is Egyptian really just Phoenician? Oh! Gerald, did you hear me talking about you? I literally was just talking about you. What's up, man? And hello, Juggernaut. The crying eyes, right? And the decapitation. It's like, what the hell happened here? You must have been called then. I was just talking about what you announced on Bernie's channel the other day. And I think two of us actually have a couple of questions. Have you tried, like with electroculture, and I can stop the music if you guys can't hear me, like a pyramid type layout or some sort of other type of layout? And then what if there was like a way to broadcast or amplify the signal with any kind of acoustics or something? Anyway, just throwing that out there since you're here. And it was like fresh on my mind. Okay, we're gonna look at more. Hi, everybody. They had this shed set up, and I think this would be good to look at because it gives you a little bit of an idea how much it's paying. The other thing too that I just saw, Gerald, just today was somebody did like a wire hookup, but all they did was they took the wire and designed it sort of like an Ankh, but it's a little different. It's based off of from India, off of one of the gods that's holding this, and he started messing around with the electricity of it. I sent it to BurnEye, but I can always send you, it's an Instagram thing, but I could send you the link in email. Really, really excited, by the way, to see your video and hear more about what you've done, Gerald. Awesome. If you have not, can somebody put Gerald's link in the, and I apologize, I'm not even in the chat, I'm just in StreamYard. I will do that right now. I'm going to put Gerald's channel. You guys should go sub to Gerald if you're not. Sub to JJ Organics and Joe Cool as well. I'm going to share everyone's channel here. Sorry for the delay on that. How to do this song now. Thank you for your support. Appreciate you guys a lot. That is so beautiful, Gerald. I'm so excited. This is so huge. So we'll be experimenting with Gerald's setup for the foundation and the PMA. This is the new wave. Look at that cave. Look at that cave. It was just so cool. There were so many caves. Yeah, that's why I asked about the acoustics, like acoustic levitation. That's the only other thing that, it's like using all the, like Gerald's saying, like how the earth was, like use it how it's supposed to be used. I don't feel like it's as complicated as we've made it, and he's sort of proven that. So I shouldn't say sort of, he has. Okay, so this was a cool walk over to this spot. But let's look at let's play this song for you. I was trying to help you out. That's it. Well, at least it's more footage. And I have so much more, you guys. It's ridiculous. You can imagine filming the whole time. Oh, I had to go through a gate. Snatching that quote right now. Hero, we're gonna copy and paste it into my quote thing. Right? Pretty sure I went through several quote-unquote gates. But yeah, it has actually keep cows in and out. There's a lot of cows. So you do have to be careful for big babies and make it a little frontal. But generally, they just talk nice and they're good. You're welcome, Joe and JJ. You guys are awesome. You're also very sweet, supportive, like I said. So, oh yeah, look at this guy. Pretty interesting. Some kind of water sun sign. Felt like there were pyramid rocks everywhere. I mean, I'm telling you, pareidolia dreams. That's the joke now. Like you just, once you see it, it's like you almost can't unsee it. Look at this music. So 24/7, I'm gonna plan a whole trip to do Mesa Verde, and then like that huge. There's like a ton. So I got them all now marked, but there's a huge area in that southeast part of Utah that has a ton of dwellings. and then I think more that go out a little further west. And then also I got to come back up and get to all these places that aren't on maps that, you know, this woman is kind of helping me get onto. So. I apologize. This is me climbing down rocks, so you guys get to see. It was a decent amount of like having to kind of climb over stuff, more than I was expecting for being such a public area. Which I don't have a problem with. I like it. I ran into this couple and they were like griping. They're like, we didn't see anything. All we saw was this. And they showed me this one picture, and I realized it's because they did the low down hike and only saw the one that you could see from down there. And they were like, yeah, you can't get any closer to it. And I'm griping on them, and I shouldn't be. I mean, it's all to each their own. So anyway, what was nice though is they were deterred because one, they thought you couldn't get up here, and two, they were like, oh, it's so steep and sketchy and scrambly, and they had these like white tennis shoes on. They're like, you have to have hiking shoes. And I did most of this stuff in flip flops. Like, you just got to take your time and watch your feet. I should say barefoot. I did try to do a lot of barefoot walking. I was good though. I was really good. I got really close to touching one on accident. Otherwise, I didn't touch any. I agree. I've been also working with my big toe and doing exercises and spreading out my toes when I'm walking because the shoes I'm wearing are kind of constricting. But if I do that, I've noticed that I just have a better gait. And I've also heard that walking a little more heel to toe versus toe to heel is supposed to be better. And all of this connects to your hips, to your back. And then obviously more. Oh, there's my, oh yeah. Oh, I was showing you guys my wound. I slipped pretty good off a rock and scraped myself. That's what that was. You guys feel like you're shopping with elevator music right now? Window shopping at Petroglyphs. Oh, good. I did, but not any of the good ones, Gerald, if you know what I'm talking about. I have been invited to go back if this is something that potentially you're interested in and go with some of these, what I call the good old boys that have been into some of these caves. I'm going to shut this off for a second. We'll find something else to play here too. A second. I was talking about that before you came on, but so I got connected with the Lost Road Mines ancestor, and him and Bill Adams were chatting it up. What's up, Aaron? And they Bill has obviously found already several lost mines, and I was poking at because he knows all about the lost Blue Bucket mine from Central Oregon, which has to do with the Meek Cutoff Trail. And he and his name's Brian. We're chatting it up. Brian was on my live stream. He introduced himself, so he's not like shy about who he is. He's just like, if you heard him, there's specific stuff that he can't talk about necessarily that are sort of like family secrets kind of a thing. However, he knows a lot about all the different areas and the different things to go find, and he's there to just more for the curiosity of what we can find around it versus like trying to get gold. And they know that I'm not in it for that. To be honest with you guys, I could give two craps less, because it's just like, I mean, I said, hey, if you guys, if it works out and you can throw me a nugget, like, awesome. But that's not what I want to be there to document all this, because there's a lot of interesting petroglyph and potential statues that are actually pointing to where these caves and mines and stuff are. So, I mean, I did find caves. I think I did go into one a little bit. I also, a lot of the caves were up high because they're old dwellings. And one of them I don't know if I did end up getting a good shot of it, but you could see how they had taken the brick or this rock and had built themselves a little part of their shelter there. So, yeah, me too, man. Me too. Exactly. So anyway, they're all like, we're all on the same boat. Okay. It's more about the adventure. And so, we're going to go hopefully in the fall. And if not, we're already talking about planning other expeditions and filming all this stuff and everything, not telling people where we're going, because we have to keep this on the DL, but just, show some of what we're doing. And then, I'm really excited because I think it's like, you've heard the stories. I mean, they're finding stuff. That was the cool thing, is like off camera, there's a lot of just people telling their personal stories, having really good conversations. So, man, you would have loved it. It would have been so cool. If there's any opportunity we can all go, please. It'd be so cool. Yeah, like, and knowing is half the battle. Exactly. Okay, Aaron, stop beating yourself up. All right. Aaron he's got I think an open wound on his hand right now, or you need stitches, and now you're breaking fingers. Just, you know me, you know what I'm going to tell you. Slow it down. Okay. But do I know it all? No. Is that the answer? Probably not. I am trying to find. You know what I would like to show you guys? I think now, my second favorite. This was the day I got caught in the flash flood. I think this was the 25th. I want to show you guys the Sego Canyon. I drove pretty far to go see these because of the infamous aspect of them. And then coming back up, I wanted to go see, there was supposed to be a dwelling that I didn't get to go see. I think it was there, and I just couldn't figure out how to get to it or see it. And then I was trying to get to these other ones, and I got flash flooded out. Oh, let's look at these real quick. This is when I went to Dinosaur Monument. There's not a ton here. I went into the park because there's petroglyphs in the park. There's what's it called? Is it called the Chew Ranch? There's those petroglyphs, but these are the ones that I'm about to show you. These ones are funky. This one has like a little dwelling set up, but it looks like it was set up by the forest department. Aaron, like, you're shoo-in for coming on board with the foundation, and we will make sure that we have an emergency health department set up just for you. But if you ever wanted to, like, you would be so helpful with all your skill sets, your carpentry and your mechanic experience. So yeah, don't hurt yourself too much because we might need you. Oh, I think this was a little side cave. It doesn't go super far in. That was one thing, is they didn't actually, the caves I found didn't go that far in. I'm used to, because I don't know, maybe I've told you this, but I hiked 8 caves before they permitted everything. And that's like a 3-mile hike. And then the woman I stayed with, next time we're supposed to go into a cave that you can hike like 3 miles in. And we're going to do a drum circle and film that and everything with Terry. Terry said he wants to do that. Yeah. You would love Terry. He's just wonderful. Okay. Let's find. That wasn't the one I wanted to show you, actually. Wait, no, wait. Did you guys see the aliens in that one? When I say aliens, I mean the petroglyphs that look like aliens. I don't think it showed. Sorry. Let's go back real quick. See there, you can clearly see somebody. And the thing is, like, this might have been a petroglyph right here. And then they wrote off of it. And you can clearly see the carving versus somebody just like chicken scratch. That was kind of it's like, they're not even trying. Okay, this was there we go. That's what I wanted to show you. You see that? And I'm pretty sure I come up closer on it right here. I should. Okay, oh, this is interesting. Like an elk man is how I saw this guy. It's like a man with antlers. Hey, no worries. I appreciate you being here and just hanging out with me and talking with me. I won't be going. I'll probably do another 20 minutes here or so, and then we'll call it. But the next one, we're gonna talk, and I'll be going over more footage with Shem, and pulling up, doing a little more history talk, as opposed to just doing show and tell. This is just kind of a casual. I didn't feel like. Well, I'm already talking your ear off. That wasn't the plan. I was going to kind of just show some footage and maybe be a little quieter, but I guess I can't stop talking sometimes. You just know how it is. Isn't that interesting? There's a lot of those guys have horns. You obviously saw the alien guys going back, just to reiterate that real quick. What's this? And then there's a triangle head man is what I called him. Right there. He literally had a triangle head and then a triangle body, and did have legs and did have arms. But you can see these right here. Look at those eyes in that face. And then this, like giant eyes almost, and a little antenna. It is fun. I just had so much fun. This trip was it was one of a kind. Can't wait to go back. Part of me was like, yeah, I could totally live here. My thing is, like, I've just fallen in love with the ocean, and Oregon just has like this really rocky, just very romantic coastline. And I have a hard time thinking about not being somewhat close to that. Like, I no longer want to live right on the coast, but to be near it. So you want to live under a rock. Well, if that's what you really want, Aaron, then that's what you should do. Triangle man hates particle man. Triangle men, I believe, represent ant men. Oh, not sure. I would have to check my notes. I'm going to get some books too. Ooh, ouch. Sorry. Just tweaked my toe. Ooh, ow. But I did write some of that down because, and I was asking for advice on the specific with the Indian. So that is maybe a potential for a future interview too, is to actually speak with some of the Ute Indians and get some more information. So yes, I have more research to do, and that's partly, but that's always what I have to do. But yeah, anyway, okay, moving on. I was trying to find the Sego Canyon ones, and I think I'm on the wrong day here. So let's move to the 25th. I could have sworn I did this on... Oh, that's what it was. Sorry, just one moment. Trying to find the Sego Canyon. Okay, that's not it. There. Yeah. Yeah, let's look at this one first. You see the red guys? I come back over. This one you couldn't get any closer to. They had this one really well fenced off. But I do zoom in a bit so you can kind of get an idea. But I also, there's a panel that you can get closer to that I get some good footage of here. I just want to show you this one first. Thank you. I appreciate it. I really I almost didn't go to this one because it was so far away, and I thought, it's like one of those things. I'm like, you're going to get an opportunity to go down here again, but this is kind of why you're here. So I made a day of it. So this is me turning around so you can see based on where that one panel was, where the one I'm going to show you where I'm able to get closer to it. So was trying to give everybody a perspective of not only what the rocks look like around each of these areas, because I think that that's going to kind of become our new focus in a way, if that makes sense. As far as uncovering more or less Egypt in the Grand Canyon / Utah and other states is really how I'm seeing it now. I apologize. One moment here. Just pulling up. It's not the right one. Here. Yeah. Right? Oh, no. This is... And then I'm going this specific area. Oh, yeah, there's a cool abandoned town in this area too. I'll show you that. It's a little... What the heck? Where is it? Uh-oh. There it is. For a second, I had the... Every once in a while, I'm like, did it get deleted on me? I've had just a few. I'm lucky that I'm not... That doesn't seem to be too much of the case. Oh, this is what I was talking about, and you probably won't be able to see it very well, so I'll try to enhance it later and zoom in, but there's a dwelling up in that. There's you can see where they took the... Here, I think I do zoom in more. They took rock and they built a barrier so they could live up in there. And then this is right where the petroglyphs are. Aaron, that's the thing. Even on the East Coast, I'm getting the vibe that go find where the petroglyphs are there. go look at the rock structures around and see if there's any, like, they're called anything, like maybe an animal name. I'm messing with the lighting, trying to get it so you can see the rocks too. So I'm gonna put a new song in here, and then I gotta go to the bathroom really quick, and then I will be right back. Didn't you guys feel like coming on? Because if you do, then let's just have a chat for the rest of it. And even if you guys want, we can extend this another hour or more. But no pressure. Let me know if you're vibing that. And if so, then I will put the link in there. Let's do this song. That song. All right, be right back. Here is your music. Yeah. I was like trying to hop over it. It's like the old style. And it just went donk donk, and it was nobody was there, but then of course these one people pull up. I'm pretty sure they could hear it. Oh, it was good stuff. Oh, this is kind of cool. This was just outside of this town. And you don't see this like an intact abandoned, I mean there was real houses in it, but who doesn't like looking at abandoned buildings? I don't know why. Why do we like that so much? It's like a fascination of why did these people leave, right? But this was if I could, okay, so like this whole time, this whole trip, I'm like fighting I shouldn't say fighting. I'm being chased out by thunderstorms, and there was thunderstorms lingering. I might even turn enough that you can see how dark the sky was getting. But as I was driving through where those petroglyphs were, you had to drop way down and cross creeks, and they were clear. So my head is like, I'm just not used to Utah. I don't, and they always warn you. And all I could think of was like I had to get out of there. But if I would have kept driving, I guess down that road, at past the petroglyphs, there was more of like abandoned stuff, abandoned ranches, a really old cemetery. So I really want to get an expedition. It's a lot to sometimes do some of this completely by yourself. That's the only realization I had, is like if I just had like one or two other people with me, at least there would have been places I would have been a little more comfortable to go. But there's a point where you have to be a little more conscious when you're by yourself, especially when you're a female. Even though I'm tall as hell, and most people wouldn't even try, because I would probably flip them over my back. That's my defense. And just flip them. See like this cool old abandoned, although these kids had obviously like gone in and it almost looks like they have put new windows on that place. These kids took white paint and with their hands and like smeared it down these windows and down a door when you looked at it, and it was like haunted hotel. But I don't know why, I just love the abandoned stuff. Okay, so I apologize. I was going to post the link, and while we're chatting, I can always just play some videos in the background. So, who's coming on? And if I don't recognize your name, that whole thing, I don't want porn on my thing, so I might ask you to just like flash your camera on for a second. You don't absolutely have to show me your face, but just like let me know it's a real person, not not a porn bot. Okay, this is my first time live. Don't ruin this for everybody. All right, I'm just kidding. I'm saying that to a bot like they care. Here, I'll show you the crazy flash flood action going on. Here we go. God, I wasn't expecting it to come down like it did. And you'll see I have to kind of leave this area because so there were several. Oh, the Cocopelli. I'll show you Cocopelli. Went and filmed that. But I'll show you this first. Can you hear the sound at all? Sweet. Cheryl!
Hello. Can you hear me?
Hi. Hold on, me. I thought I got a little more dramatic effect here with this rain. Look at that. There you go, a little bit.
That's awesome.
This is your lesson when you're petroglyph hunting. And if you guys saw my car, I got rocks like all up in my on the side of my car and everything.
You know what?
I'm glad you're here.
We should have built for you and send to you. I just got this video. Let me close my other YouTube. That's why you're echoing. How about that now?
That was good. I didn't hear the echo, but maybe others did.
Okay. So I just got this video from Bob Grenier. He's a scientist from the Martin Fleischmann Memorial Project. And
yeah, I watched his stuff.
Okay, so
I don't understand.
Did you see the video on the Navy showing weather change?
Oh, I didn't think I saw that one, but I have seen others, so I'm very familiar with what they're doing, if that makes sense.
So the inverted cones placed around a piece of metal, and they spin it, and they're able to pull moisture out of the atmosphere and make it rain.
Yes.
And they show it on video. It's awesome.
Yes. And you've also seen like that huge piece of equipment they have off the coast of Louisiana, right? Where they I've
heard about it.
They actually have, it was like on a Top Gear episode, funny enough.
Oh, wow.
On the BBC. If you just type in, and you know what, I'll find it right now. It's been a while since I've looked that up. This is why, he doesn't get it. My friend, his husband has never gotten into detail. Okay, but he's definitely done like the wink wink when I've said certain things, and he's a nuclear engineer in the Navy.
Nuclear engineers they know a lot more of what's going on than they let on, because once you get to a certain level of understanding between atoms and how things work, you can see how you can manipulate everything around you a lot easier than what most people would think is easy.
Exactly. So fascinating. Okay, weather machine. And then there's another episode where they're showing this in Australia. But this one just cracks me up. Yeah, let's watch this one. And one thing is I think we gotta. So I apologize in advance if hopefully there's sound. I again could not get. It has worked for me before.
There's a little button I know on the bottom that clicks the sound on, but I don't know if that's the case for you.
Like on StreamYard?
Yeah. I'm not sure. It should pop up right away. If it doesn't, maybe
yeah. And let's just try. I think.
Okay.
I've had one time where it didn't work, but I think I was doing something wrong. So let's just see if we get lucky.
Shuttle's fuel tank.
Can you hear that?
Only be 130 miles to space, but to cover that distance, the engines will use.
Oh, this isn't it. Hold on. I'm sorry. Oh, yes, it is. Here we go. Right here.
They then sent a number of trucks in different directions out into the wilderness, and the driver.
We just lost the sound.
Are you serious?
No, it's back now. Sorry.
Okay, it's okay.
And now it's gone again. I think if you mute yourself, it mutes the sound.
Oh, that is what it is. Sorry. Let me go back. I'll just be quiet.
Stay, and you'll never hear another television program as long as you live. Or take the NASA shilling and get out. No one stayed. And NASA ended up with exactly what it wanted. 125,000 acres of nothing. They even had to move 5 cemeteries because the noise they were planning on making would wake the dead.
This isn't it. I'm so sorry.
You know what though? I think they came to a
He's
conclusion when they were doing their rocket testing for all that. But I go ahead.
yeah. I now that I'm because like visually this looks really familiar, but I could have sworn they literally described it and it in the actual machine looked a little different as not a rocket booster, but a specific weather modification machine.
I think you showed it. It was green and it looks like a funnel, right? And what it does is it actually produces tons of moisture for that area. If I'm correct, it's almost like a rocket booster in a sense.
Yeah, look at how this guy labeled it. NASA's playing God and making its own weather. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, well, let's look at this. What is this? So this is just good conversation because I don't think most people even know that this stuff is like, you know, common usage. That's what's so weird to me about people who end up working in those industries for so long. Like, do you think they just get dead inside?
You know what? When it comes to a lot of the industry, it's all compartmentalized. First day with my new tongue and how it is.
Yeah.
So they don't know what each different department's doing, and they don't bother to look into anything new because I guess, like you said, they get set in their ways and they become dead inside. No invention
Or like you think
comes
there's
from
a
them, right?
narrative that just gets fed to them that makes them go, yeah, this is how the world works. This is how it has to be.
Well, that, and if they step outside their little bubble, their bosses they'll fire them, and their careers and their money means more to them than the truth. So
I think a lot of them too are threatened with more than that. I still sometimes feel like that was Obama's story because, you know, 3 months into his presidency, his whole face and his demeanor changed. His hair turned white.
I could tell you stories about Obama. He's not who you think he is at all.
I don't think he's a. You think like previous to this, he's some clone or something else, kind of a thing.
I don't know, but he was definitely part of a program that. Yeah. I know a survivor from MK Ultra.
Really?
So, yeah, and I've discussed in detail with this person, and this person's story's never changed. She's written a book on it. She went to court over it, and no charges were brought against her for her accusations, which they should have if they weren't true, right? So it's all documented. I believe her, and the stuff that she says. Like, I met her in a dream, and then the next day, so it was very interesting. And she talks about Obama in detail. It's pretty crazy. You should check out some of her stuff.
Okay, yeah. Would you send me her book?
Definitely, I'll send you
put it in
PDF
the chat
file of her book and links to her channel. Yeah.
Thanks. Yeah. Definitely want to support that.
My Gmail has been kidnapped.
Okay.
Like, I still use it, but I don't. Some of my emails aren't getting out, and I'm not getting emails. I think, I don't know, because me and Jeremiah were supposed to connect last few days of the beginning of the week, and I've sent him multiple emails, and I don't think he's got them because I haven't got anything back.
Okay,
and that's not like Jeremiah.
Well, I know you haven't been necessarily around, but you do have a big bit of information here. Just say out loud. Just say out loud, Gerald, if you don't already do this, that you are more powerful than them, and they are no longer allowed to mess with you or mess with your equipment. And you're putting that power up right now, and you're going to get the truth out, and we're not going to get messed with along the way.
I fully believe that. Actually, I believe that there's a power that is keeping those that are trying to get the absolute truth out. I believe that power is protecting me and many others, and I don't think the powers that ought not be have a bloody chance in hell. That's just my opinion. And I don't think that,
Yeah, that's how I feel
you
too.
know, I don't think there's any negative that's going to come to me. And if it does, then it's meant to. And I don't give a shit. Bring it on. Sorry, maybe I shouldn't say that. Sorry.
No. If you think about what you literally just said, you're saying like whatever ebb in my flow is supposed to happen is going to happen. And that's just the way it is. And I think that's the right way to approach it or see it.
Well, you know what? After I died, I look at it like this. If I'm meant to go, there is nothing that's going to stop me from dying. And if I'm meant to stay, there isn't a damn person on this planet that can keep me here. If I'm meant
that's how I see it too. Like I'm just, and that's why I think it's important we get our voice out and our voice heard.
Yeah.
I see what's happening. It's a little slow. Okay, this is the one you just sent me, Leafy. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, Sideways Stewie. I meant to make you. I thought I did. Okay, there we go. Fix that. And this was the clip that. This isn't the same one. It was this one. Oh, that's the one I said out loud. Okay. Yeah, this is the one I remember. I just thought for some reason in my head, I thought it was actually specifically a weather machine and it did not have to do with rockets. But it makes sense that it does. So
there is a video out there that's like this big square horn looking like device that does the same thing as this rocket. It produces a ton of moisture, and they've been doing tests on it. I believe it's off the coast of Florida, but I don't quote me on that.
Interesting. Have you also you've probably seen the weather modification, like silver iodide little, they're like, like antenna almost looking things, and they spit it out up in California. You've seen that, right?
Yeah.
Oh, have you? Did I do that talk? You've heard about the 19 in California where they built like a big electric tower to try to create rain, and they ended up flooding a town in the process?
No, I didn't hear about that.
I have that information saved somewhere. Let me pull it up. You were going to say something, though. Go ahead.
I'm betting that water that flooded, I kind of wonder, that's interesting, because that means they pulled it up from the ground, if I'm assuming correctly.
I thought it was from the air, but this is in the 1914 too. And it had to do with electric. It was like an electric tower setup or something. I apologize. Let me find
No, that's fine. I understand how that principle works. So I get the whole electrical weather shifting system. Believe it or not. I don't want to play God, right? So I don't change the weather.
I don't want to do that either. You know what? I'm gonna do a rain dance when I feel like I need to. To be honest with you, I actually was dreading having really hot weather while I was in Utah, because I'm just, this is what was kind of funny about talking about moving to Florida even too, but like I don't do super well in really hot temperatures and also excessive humidity. I'm a cold-blooded person. And that's why I like the snow. I don't need it all year round, but I do. And don't get me wrong, I love summer, but like I love jumping into cold ass water. Like I don't know. So anyway, yeah.
Go ahead. I live in one of the coldest places in Canada. I understand.
I know. I was gonna say, Wisconsin probably doesn't even can't even touch the type of negative temperatures you've seen.
Minus 45 was my worst. Minus 45 Celsius, and then with the wind chill, I think it was minus 52 or something like that. So it was cold. It was cold.
I was telling they didn't call off school in Wisconsin unless it was negative 30 below with a negative 30 below wind chill, or took it, even lower than negative. Yeah. And blizzard.
When you're breathing and your breath sticks to your mouth because it's freezing as it comes out.
Exactly. It's gonna, unfortunately, it's gonna probably. That's one thing I got to do is sort through some of the stuff I've saved. I'm trying to do better with having folders for everything. And I just saw it, so I thought I was gonna be able to find it quick because I was like, "Oh yeah, look, it's right there."
Never works out that way, especially live. I don't know what it is. I've set up experiments and then we're in live and I go to set them like to do the experiment itself and it all falls apart and I just change my mind. We're not doing that live. But I don't know. Maybe
too much. Maybe we're putting too much pressure on ourselves to do some of the stuff live, and some of it we should just be trying to film and then sit back and talk over it.
Yeah, share it live.
You know who does great lives is Shem, because he always has his information just like so well set up. He's got like his show ready to go
before he even
he's
starts.
Also like the way his brain works, you know, is how I see it. Okay, wait, it might be in here. One thing you know how the Navy has all these maps for like disasters? So like the flood map and they have a fallout map.
Yep.
That just kind of came to my mind because I was just looking at that, and interestingly I found out that Oregon is in the clear for that, actually. Even though we have Washington and the Hanford nuclear area right there.
So do you want to hear a crazy story that falls into the woo?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so when I was 12 years old, I was like heavy training in crazy martial arts. And I was doing this meditation and I fell asleep. I had this wild, at first I thought it was a dream, but I don't know if I fell asleep or it was a vision because I was sitting up when I sort of came to and came out of it. But in this dream, there was a series of like crazy apocalyptic events that occurred. And this goes to the flood map that you're talking about. That's why it brings up the memory. So the sequence of events was a meteor hit the East Coast. Because that hit, it destabilized the New Madrid fault line, which destabilized Yellowstone. This is all occurring at the same time. California split off into the sea. It didn't fall into the sea, although the part that split from the mainland became heavily flooded, but it didn't like fall into the sea and get destroyed, so to speak.
Okay.
Yellowstone went off to a 30% value. The New Madrid split and water rushed from New Orleans all the way up the New Madrid, except when you hit the Great Lakes, the split turns left across Canada all the way to Alaska. So
water, it split the entire continent?
Yeah, whole thing. And
and what do you mean when you said, sorry, really quick, with Yellowstone, and you said it went to 30%? What do you mean, like the Magnum?
Like it went
like
off.
The super.
It blew. Yeah.
Okay.
It blew, and it was
only at 30% capacity, or
So just the surrounding states were covered in ash.
Okay.
Right? And then the water that rushes through that splits the two continents on the right side, where it would be considered the east, that side actually raises and becomes a form of not mountain range, but I guess you can consider it that. And let's see, I think that was pretty much it. California, Yellowstone, New Madrid. The East Coast is almost wiped out, but the water does recede. There are a lot of survivors, but it was a crazy, crazy vision. I wrote it down in detail, and I've spoken about it before. But the part that brings this up to memory is when you were talking about the Navy flood maps. The Navy put out these like post-apocalyptic flood maps. I think it was about 10 years ago. And one of them showed that the whole continent split from New Orleans all the way to Alaska. So when you brought that up, it brought up the memory, and that's the revelation. So crazy stuff.
Say that again, sorry?
I said hopefully none of it happens, because half of Canada is destroyed, half the states is destroyed. And I don't know from there.
Well,
That's
I know.
all I go ahead.
There's a good, well, because I haven't quite felt the theory that even this already occurred, where the Pacific Ocean pretty much came all the way to the Rockies. You know, they're saying that has happened already. I don't feel that. I'm not saying that there hasn't been massive like devastation, but I just don't foresee. There has to have been some major flooding. I mean, where else would this Noah story come from? And then obviously like the evidence of the scablands. And when I was in Utah and being able to see that dynamic of the rock versus the ground, you could see this is like ancient lake beds all over the place, you know?
Yeah. But remember, the water didn't, I don't believe the water came from the ocean as like a tidal wave. I think
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think it came up through the ground and then receded back into the ground, hence all those caves and cave systems. That's my theory anyway.
Yes. And that's the cave thing is a super good point. And the cave thing is the other factor with these, you know, something to look at a little deeper with some of these petroglyphs. Like, I feel like they were in survival mode when a lot of these were drawn.
Yep.
This was,
I believe so.
Like that they were trying to sort of talk about what was already there and what had existed. And when you think about the devastation, I think earthquakes, mass earthquakes, and flooding. And that's why a lot of the evidence of there being Egypt and America, aka at this point, I'm on the Phoenician thing now. Because
I think there was two Egypt, so to speak, like you said. I think the Grand Canyon was the original, so to speak, Egypt, and that was pre-flood. And then after the flood, because the waters receded so deep, they moved on. I don't have enough information.
Yeah. Now, did you listen? I know I saw you in there, but did you hear that last talk by Dr. John Ott, Egypt and the Grand Canyon? And he's got direct contact with the guy that went in the Kincaid caves. And he's had his whole blog taken down on this, but he had actual photographs from, I'm forgetting the guy's name all of a sudden, David Langley.
No, I don't know it.
I think I'm saying it. I don't think that it. Okay. Anyway, and the petroglyphs had the Phoenician design in it. And now I tried to go get to these. That was the one thing, part of my trip that I didn't make it. I was trying to go see these hieroglyphs, finding out now the ones that are known are not the only ones that exist in Utah and now in other states. I'm finding out that these aren't known. You can't go, Google this. And anyway, so I tried to go to those ones, coming to find out Terry had already done a video on them. They're in Fillmore, Utah. I got rained out. I didn't realize you had to hike like almost a mile in, and timing wise, I was like, crap, I'm not gonna be able to do this. So I was beating myself up for it because I was trying to manifest drive there. I think I was getting the vibe I was gonna have a problem. I was like, please let me be able to see it easily. Please let me be able to see it easily. But you can't change the structure.
Hard to get to ones if your weather's off. That stops you every time.
Well, and I got, like I told you, there was two petroglyphs I wanted to go in and see. One of them I knew was down a decently rough road, so the only way I was going to be able to make it is if it wasn't raining at all. But if I'm at the point now where like I'm so into this exploring thing, I'm going to when I get myself set up financially with whatever I'm going to do for a job again, I'm going to save and put some money aside and get myself an overlanding vehicle so I can probably maybe even a side-by-side so I can go in these really rough locations. Somebody made a new like Centipede ATV that goes over anything.
Do you know how to drive a ATV?
Not really. So I have some more learning to do, but yeah, I'm a good driver. I'm not worried.
I hope I can get out there and teach you. I could do it blindfolded. I've been driving.
Oh, really?
Since I was 14.
Well, Gerald, I think if this expedition thing that I was just telling you about with Bill and Brian, is legit. Like they have the capability to, this is something we could do more than once, so we can set these trips up. And
I'm totally in.
Okay. And I mean, I have to get my passport updated. I don't know about you, but now that everything's lifted, it's like
I got some paperwork to take care of.
Yeah. I know. Stuff I don't. Maybe we won't have to deal with that soon. I don't know. But I really would like. I could see you there, just having the best time with us too. Like these guys are just great.
I got some special tools for underground work,
and they would just love that. Like, I talked to you and Bernie up a lot, and it's like, you guys, you got to go listen to them. They're doing, talking about the free energy stuff, obviously, and so they were eating it up. So I just feel like the combination of all of us working together would be really cool. They love the idea of the foundation too. So, and Bill actually is from Oregon and Washington, so he knows this area very well. He has family that lives over here. He's going to be around. But anyway, we got trips to plan.
I'm totally into that. There's a whole cave system underneath Washington that's just incredible. I had a friend who actually was doing some exploring in Washington about 10 years ago. He doesn't talk about it much. He'll talk about it if you're sitting around the campfire, but he won't put out videos because of all the stuff he saw. Just crazy. So I would love to do that with you.
What area mostly was he, like Rainier, or was he St. Helens?
Actually, believe it or not, between both.
Oh, okay. No, I believe it. Like, but not necessarily in the mountain range. Like so he's. So I know, Gerald, there's got to be something, because I've talked about this, that the whole West Coast is up even into British Columbia. If you go into these old towns and you walk along the streets, you'll see those cement blocks with the little purple squares. And this is right on the ground, and that's your indication there's an underground room or there's an underground corridor right there. And all those towns have it.
Yeah, and it's almost like a big community secret, so to speak, right?
Sort of, except for the funny thing is that Seattle and Portland offer tours, and openly, and Astoria, I think they've closed that off now, but Astoria is right on the ocean and is the Goonie area, and we're the only really, we know there's a Starfort up in the Seattle, British Columbia area, but we have that distinct battery design, so we can say for sure there's a Starfort right at the opening of the Columbia right there. And they have tours that you can take in Seattle and Portland, and they openly talk about it was the opium trade. This is where they smuggled, supposedly they would get the Chinese immigrants all high and then sneak them, or sailors, and sneak them on the boats or sneak them on trains and take them and make them quote unquote slaves. But we know there's so much more to that story.
Well, I'll tell you a piece of information that I'm not sure a lot of people know about. And I can't confirm this because my dad's passed away, but my family was part of the Underground Railroad, sneaking black slaves from the United States to Canada, right? But what people don't know is that it was done through a series of caves. And there's a whole cave system that apparently goes from Washington to British Columbia. And also from, Fargo? No. It ends up in Manitoba. So the opposite in the States. I can't remember because it's been years since he told me the stories. But
so John Ott confirmed what you're saying. But sorry, finish what you're saying.
Well, I was just going to say there's multiple places that cross the border from the States to Canada that are underground that nobody is aware of.
So now, John Ott confirmed there is a high-speed train that connects the entire U.S. and continents under the ocean.
Oh, well, I wasn't aware of that, but that's interesting. I kind of wonder. I wonder if they were connected in somehow. Maybe they found the tunnels from pre-World War II, so to speak, and started to shift them into underground railroads. That's an interesting thought. Sorry, right. I'm thinking out loud there.
No. You're okay.
Wow.
I just found that out from. He's got a secret. I think he said it was a Secret Service friend. There's so much information that we get. It was fascinating.
Now, I know that the United States has over, I think it's 280 DUMBs, deep underground military bases, and I know they're connected by high-speed rail, but I wasn't aware that they cross continent to Canada and who knows, maybe even back down to Mexico. I don't know. I'm just...
Here's the thing, too, is that you should look at Google Maps in the ocean a little bit more in the lines, because that is kind of interesting. You know, when the Japan earthquake happened, it traveled along that line all the way to the California coast and in one town, caused a little tsunami because it traveled along that line. But I think Leafy's still in here, you guys. But Richie actually has said that he thinks, and we started looking at all these lines, and it was like I could totally see it. I mean, if it's possible, and at this point, it's like what's not possible. I'm just playing this video in the background. This is Coco Pelli petroglyph.
Nice.
Just to have something to play in the background. Yeah. Anyway,
quick point about the Japan earthquake. Japan was due to release a car that ran on water in May of that year. Yep. And the company that built the car had a whole stockpile right on the coast where the tsunami hit. And the United States government had told them, you're not releasing this car. And they said, go pound sand. This is for the greatness of humanity. And in March is when the tsunami hit. But they were due to release it in May. And then you heard nothing about it. So it's very interesting.
I did not know that. That's huge. Considering that you know the connection of the guy in Michigan, and he was a security guard at one of the malls, and this was Buffalo. Is it sounding familiar? And he was on TV.
Yeah, I know exactly
on TV showing how he had converted his car.
Yeah, and then his truck actually.
And then he was part of the mass.
Yeah. Convenient how that worked out, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Poor Mr. Myers, who told his friend 30 minutes after that he thought he had been poisoned. He knew
Here's the thing
or
about
not 30
Myers.
minutes after, right away.
Myers was killed because he told the United States government that his technology was going to get released to the world, and they wanted to buy it off him for $300 million, but make it proprietary. And he said no. But what they weren't aware of is something that he had finished, completed, and built was a spark plug. And this spark plug, all you had to do for any motor in the world was change out your spark plugs, add a water reservoir, take out your gas tank, and your car was converted. He accomplished the impossible.
Yeah.
But again, he was killed, so all that information got, tucked away because, again, the family, I mean, would you really want to be targeted by whoever it is that's targeting them? I mean, crazy stuff, right? Again, just a theory, but wow. Just wow. He had also, Stan Meyer had also come up with something called an EPG. I don't know if you know what that is.
It sounds familiar, but I don't remember. Please remind me.
It's a device where he used hydrogen to spin in a circular motion, and he had added different particles within this hydrogen as a mixture to create a conductive fluid that would go around this tube, and he would pick it up with pickup coils that were surrounding this tube, and it was a generator. And the first time that he got it to work really well, it broke. He figures it broke the sound barrier because there was this really loud whooshing sound, and then a big, huge bang, and him and his wife's ears popped, and then he went and shut it down. But it was running his house up until that point. So,
really?
He was way more advanced than people were aware of.
Whoa, had no idea.
I
love
have
it. Thank
all
you.
of his
Thank you for
files.
coming on, Gerald. This is such good stuff.
I love tech. That's the thing, right? I wasn't into tech when I was younger, and I probably should have, but my life was crazy. So once my life slowed down a little bit after my car accident with a drunk driver, that's when I started getting into research and experimenting, and I learned so much. There are so many people out there that had free energy devices that literally have dropped off the face of the earth. Now, whether or not they've gone into towns and started building this stuff for people or have just disappeared, I don't know. But interesting. There actually is 2,600 at last count patents of free energy devices that apparently work, because you can't patent something unless it's been reproduced. So interesting. Just putting it out there.
Yeah. Aaron, what do you mean it's kind of easy? HH plus on Amazon is the secret.
Which is
for motorcycle, water powered hydrogen engine.
Oh yeah,
I have seen that, and I've seen the generator one. I think I sent that one to. It seems pretty easy to do the generator, hydrogen fuel cell.
The only problem with the generator is that when you put a big load on it, it doesn't have a lot of torque. There's something that you have to do to it. I'm not aware of how to make it run like that.
I should send you the video I found a while ago to see if that.
I believe the bike works.
Oh, but Leafy has talked about trying. He's a mechanic, and of course, as much as Aaron, and he already knows this, that he'd be welcome to come. Would be a huge asset because he's very intelligent. He's got video. If you guys go to Leafy's channel, he's got video of him working on his car. His cool. What do you have again? It's a sweet vehicle. Anyway, so he said. What does it say? JCB here in UK have converted to, so that's a company, 250 engines and produced to run on hydrogen are better than old diesel. Just hydrogen? I never heard of that.
Wow, that's interesting. So
if you feel like coming on, Leafy, you can.
That being true, I kind of wonder, is it the hydrogen that it's actually using as a fuel, or is it the explosion between the splitting of the molecule between hydrogen and oxygen when it's actually water and you split it? That implosion is incredible, and I wonder if the systems that have been converted are using that sort of attack rather than running on burning hydrogen, because there is a difference. There's a huge difference. I used to I've done tests with hydrogen. I've lit hydrogen on fire and blowing it up, and wow. I used to I had this hydrogen cell that I built, and I stick it in my kitchen, and I'd wait for my roommates to come home, and I'd let the hydrogen build up in the kitchen a little bit, and then I would take my lighter and blow the bubbles off the top of the glass. Wow, the implosion was so strong it would shake all the windows in the house. People thought I was like shooting off a shotgun. It was just awesome.
That's crazy.
Water does light on fire.
That's amazing. Well, I have seen that because of fracking. But
yeah.
Oh yeah, that was one interesting thing, is there's definitely gas industry here, oil, and you were driving in these backcountry roads, and it freaked me out real bad because, well, I shouldn't say real bad, but it definitely got a little spooked because all of a sudden I'm driving and I see this huge flame coming up above a tree, and I'm like, oh my God, there's a huge fire. It's my first thought. And I'm about to drive up on it and like be right on top of it. And so I'm getting ready to rev through, but I'm like in my mind thinking, okay, I gotta figure out where I'm gonna get over and try to call someone, and then all of a sudden out of the edge of the tree you can it's a pipe, huge, pushing out a huge flame, and it's all over Utah. You can see it in the night. You can see it flickering. I'm not used to that's like in South Dakota they have that, I think, right? I'm just so not used to seeing that. I was going to ask you guys more about that.
I believe it's to burn off some form of an excess gas while they're fracking or pumping. I can't remember which.
I'm pretty sure they're pumping because there's definite pumps. Like in some, there's a few big ones. I meant to actually get some video of it, so I apologize, but I'll be back. So
maybe it's to get rid of pressure while it's pumping. That's a good question. I know they have to burn some form of an excess. I just don't remember what it's for.
And that sounds really familiar, yeah.
Yeah, my brother used to work in the oil sands in Alberta. He was the insulator for all the pipes, so he'd ask questions and find out all kinds of stuff. So cool. It's interesting.
It's so cool how many people... Sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, I apologize, Esther. I mean,
you're good. It's me.
I was just going to thank Aaron and Leafy for the links. That's awesome.
Yeah, thank you.
I stand corrected, and I am the first one to tell you if I'm wrong, and I apologize. So I stand corrected. Awesome. I like being corrected because then I learn something.
Yeah, me too. I'm so much more like, not that I was like had a super hard time with it or anything, but I'm just a lot more open to getting that criticism, and I really want things to be free. The knowledge we're sharing with each other, and yep. I see a free world with it, whatever exactly that means. But
well, yeah. I kind of look at it like this. I've been doing all this research and everything. It's not for me. I've had a good life. It's been crazy, but I could write a book on the stuff that I've gone through. And so to me, my life's been full. Everything and anything I do, that's for people that need it and for people after I'm gone. Because realistically, the powers that ought not be would never give me a penny for any of the work that I've done. Not that I want it, because I don't care. It's not what it's about. But because of the fact that they never would, then it absolutely should be given for free to everybody, and everybody should be giving it to everybody else for free. Because if it's given to you freely, then shouldn't you pass it on for free? That's just a thought, right?
Exactly. And, even feeling like you're owed something. I mean, I think these concepts we need to really challenge. What's up, Isabella? Thanks for being here. Maybe so one time.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, no, I was just going to say, hey, Aaron and Leafy and Gerald, they're right here. It would be good to have all of you guys together talking out some of the mechanic talk too and stuff. Oh yeah, I'm trying to show you guys how freaking hot it is. I was like, it's hot.
You look hot there, yeah.
I got a good tan. But yeah, it was like, I'm just gonna, I was trying to show too, because it's just so hot, and then you're having to hike up these like pretty steep. It wasn't out of this world. But
you're getting the heat reflection from all the rock too, as well, right?
Yeah. It was like middle of the. This was 100-degree day. It was over 100 degrees.
Wow. You brought lots of water, I hope.
Oh my God, yeah. And then shade, and then after we would do these little jaunts, or we'd hike up into these places, I'd take, especially because my dog, she'd be suffering a bit, so I'd just blast the AC, cool her right down. She'd take a nap, go to the next spot, do it again.
That's what adventure's about.
Yeah, it was really fun. I mean, I really wanted to do it, and this is just giving me motivation to keep going. But I need to put this together a little bit more with some. A little bit of history, I think, and a little bit of research, so I can take images of some of these petroglyphs and show supposedly what it's connected with, just because I know people love it.
I kind of wonder if different camera lenses would show up differently on the rock. No, that's all good. I was just gonna say, I wonder, have you tried that? I mean, I don't know.
Say that again. Tried putting something to see if it shows up on the rock.
Well, yeah, like different camera lenses and different image aspects to see if the color would come out differently from the
So that is
petroglyphs.
something we should be able to do in post-production. Because I agree, and I did take screenshots of some of these and then messed with them.
Right.
But I think other tests with other types of cameras in the moment would be important, and filters like on the camera, like you're getting at too. Because I did have another camera with me that I didn't take with me when I did this, thinking that I pretty much did all video thinking that I was trying to capture the surrounding area on top of the petroglyphs, because it just, we can go look most of these up and get way better shots because it's not as nearly worn away either. So that's something. I just want to say really quick, hi Amber, I'm really glad you're here. I did do a little bit of sampling, but I did not do a good job of I'll be honest, and I'm not going to say exactly where this happened, but I was naughty and took couple things that from a spot that specifically said not to, but they were and I took small samples, but they were interesting, especially from the area of where they were found. And it was sort of like, why are they saying not to? There's something weird about it. So I didn't do a good job with sample. Like a good idea would have been to come right up and like take a little scraping where there isn't a drawing. You know what I mean? So these are things that I'd like to write down and have like a list of to-dos while we go out and check these things. So going up to like that statue and getting like, we might have to do a little bit of rock climbing, and because we can get to it. There should be no reason we can't. And looking, getting really close up microscopic shots of the rock. See, that's where my car is. And trying to see if we can see carving marks. Right?
Yeah, or what form of tech they use to, I don't know, because you know what, like you said, carving. If these petroglyphs were carved, you would feel it on the stone, right? Like you're not allowed to rub your hands over them.
You can see, and that's why I was telling you that most of the rocks, nobody, when they were vandalizing it, they're not able to scrape into the rock like these are carved in. So these are either petrified in, or they were like hard carved. Now, most of them to me look like they were carved. Like the time was taken to really pull a picture out of it. Not that the rock was softer at the time and then hardened. There's some rock that's soft, that's really, really soft. There was some places, I think the Chew Ranch petroglyphs had a lot of that. So when people carved in, it actually kind of looked like it could have been, but you could tell because they were like being idiots about it. And they like, Megan was here. They didn't even put like the year, which is kind of cool when you put the year, because it kind of, gives you a little bit, but
yeah, gives you some idea of when they were there. Wow.
And I'm actually, I would consider myself a pretty much a rule breaker in the sense that I'm trying to I like to challenge the status quo. I'm good chaos. I'm coming in, I'm going to ask questions that might trigger people, but the idea is that I'm stirring the pot. And sometimes I'm going to ask dumb questions. Most of the time, if you start really like asking me what I'm getting at, there's some intelligence behind it. But, I'll show you what I did some things for my nephew. And I just think this is cool, whatever relevance this has. Hope this doesn't trigger anybody. But I went into this place called the Dinosaur Quarry. Oh, is this? No, this isn't the whole video. That's beautiful. That gives you a shot of the area. This is Dinosaur National Monument Park.
Wow.
I went inside this thing though. Here we go. And it does, to be honest, it kind of looks fake, but they also supposedly have sprayed it down so that you can touch it and that it stays into the side of the wall. But what they're telling us here is that they discovered this, they uncovered this, and then they preserved it and made it a viewing spot. So like I'm pretty sure I take footage of this. Is a decently long video. And they have old photos of like back in the 40s of people being in this type of structure, and you can see all the bones and everything. So I definitely went up and touched it, and I get more footage you'll see of it. But
you think it's legit?
Yeah. Sorry, say it again.
You think it's legit?
I don't know. Oh, that's really cool. You guys like seeing that? Oh, I was people walking by. Try not to film up people. Yeah, here, let's do this.
Sense.
Hold on, here it comes. Oh, something I didn't get a chance to do really quick that I just wanted to say out loud. And I apologize, it's so late in the stream me saying this, but at the event, and I don't know if they're watching, they're probably not. They told me they were going to, but no, I'm not offended if they don't because they're kids. But there was 2 kids that helped me out, like took care of my dog, ran and got my tripod for me, would run and go tell people things or go grab people for me. Hey Nigel, super helpful, super cool. I think they were both under 10, and they were educating me on chickens, letting me know that we shouldn't be using heating lamps on chickens, that we get some eggs out of our chickens in the winter when we do that, but that actually we need to let them do their normal cycle and let them rest and hibernate, and then they will give us usually a large amount of eggs in the spring, and it sort of helps with their normal natural cycle. I was like, you kids are so smart. So that's, if you're listening, Mateo and Uriah, you guys are amazing. You already know this. I already told your dad this. You're awesome. So thank you again. I really just wanted to shout out to them because they're super cute. We're like, we're gonna look you up and listen and watch, and they're just so sweet. So anyway,
that's great.
Look at the Carnegie Quarry. Yeah, it was wonderful, Gerald. It was like there was such good energy at that event, and everybody I met just felt so genuine. I made several contacts. I have people I have to reach out to. Dale was fascinating. He's the one that's been documenting all these signs and symbols that will lead you to the mines and such. And I didn't get a chance to do it. I get there too late, but he took you on a walk around Moon Lake and showed you where these symbols were. There's a Thunderbird statue. And so I got to come back and go do all of that.
Wow.
There's so much. I mean, I went to some of the mainstream stuff. I barely got to touch the underground type stuff. So this is why I want to do an expedition. And I'm not going to tell people where it is. I'm sorry. If you happen to be able to come with us, obviously you're going to know. But the whole thing in the agreement is going to be that you're not taking this to share with everybody. If it comes down to you're like getting close to your deathbed, please do. But see, that's the thing too, Gerald. And you were talking about like the good old boys, as I call them. They're telling their stories because they're worried that they're going to die with them. Yep. And so that's what it's about. It's time to tell the truth and to be free. And
that's why I'm giving out everything that I've learned and where I've gotten to. That's why I'm giving it out for free. Cause I'm not no spring chicken.
Yeah.
It's that way. Right. So,
well, that's how I'm feeling too. I mean, I'm not older, but I'm not older. I'm older.
Yeah, I know. I understand. I don't want to give up my age either.
and you still got you still got so much time, Gerald. I have time, and I just realized like, I want to live my life without like being stuck to like having to work to make money to get what I need. I'm right now. I'm in a situation where I'm running out of my resources that I set aside, and I have to figure out my next step. And my next step is, and I already started doing this, is to find a farm, to see if I can do a work to trade. Oh, sweet shot of my legs. Sorry. That's what you get with raw footage. So, and to be able to, do work or like start establishing, and at the same time continue to look for my land and see what I can do to make it happen. Get a land trust, do the, so that I'm going to own eventually all of it, and then turn it into something sustainable so that I can bring people on for free. And it's just going to be pretty simple. Like you're going to be there for a purpose.
You get a farm, and I'll come out there and help build a greenhouse for you that can grow lemons, grapefruit, pears year round.
Okay, yes, please. And I have an extra task for you. You're going to build it Earthship style. So you're going to build multiple greenhouses for me on the front of several of the Brimhouse buildings.
Actually, the Earthship concept is partially how the greenhouse is built, because it's the only way you can really sustain that kind of heat over the winter.
Yeah. Yeah, is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then we'll have, I was talking about this, like it's a pond / like, think of a switchback style sort of terrace water irrigation system. So that you're cultivating the water and holding it, and so that you're able to pull it when you need to, sort of like your own natural dam.
I have a design. I don't know if you want to do this, but the design is like, if you're building an Earthship house, on top of your house, you build a pond, and then the waterfall flows through your house. And at the bottom of the waterfall is a pool of fish, and that stream comes out of your house and goes off to wherever it goes off, so that it can pool again and recycle back up to the top.
Yes.
So that it's kind of as it's going over the waterfall, it's degassing. So your water's cleaning its potential, what's the word I'm looking for? Well, basically dust collection and all the other stuff that you collect out of the air. So it's being degassed, it's cleaning. And then it's flowing through your house, adding the moisture. And at the same time, you have fish growing there. So it's an interesting concept. I've only done it on small scale. I haven't done it large. But the design is for a 10-foot waterfall. So, something to think about.
I love it. And because then it would be easy to pull off some kind of natural swimming pool with that, which I think is crucial. And to have the proper minerals, and to try to over time cultivate that to enrich the soil. Amber mentioned tower gardens too, which is something actually that she's turned. Well, I've kind of known about it, but she's actually got really good knowledge on it. But one thing too, Amber, that I was going to show you some other gardens that don't work off of having to have like a light system with it, but do pull it out. And I think maybe we've talked about this. You probably know about it, but pull it what it needs from the base of the unit. And I feel like it wouldn't be too complicated even to make ones that are not made of plastic either. And it makes me wonder if implementing copper into it. I mean, gosh, the thing now that we understand this importance of copper, because like I joke, like copper's the new gold.
It will be.
Gerald, that's another thing, is that in that Dr. John Ott presentation, he talked about how they pulled out a statue of, was it Isis? Shoot, who is it? Is it Horus? Oh crap, Anubis.
Anubis.
A statue of Anubis that was hardened copper, not gold.
Oh,
copper.
Really?
Yeah.
That's interesting, because that could have been used as an anode. That's very interesting.
Yes, you are, Amber. You are crafty. And an anoid. This isn't recognized. They have it. Smithsonian has this, but they don't recognize it. So you can't. I think they have like a replica of it somewhere, but they don't. You can't. I don't know. Anyway, we got to experiment more with copper, I think, too. This is kind of cool. This was like the fossilized insects.
Sorry, my son came in. He was asking a question there.
Oh, it's all good.
Well, that's why I was muted.
I was just taking a second.
You were talking about grow towers. Grow towers are awesome. I kind of wonder if you used electroculture on it, and design the tower kind of like. I wish I knew the name of the channel. There's a guy who took a 50-gallon drum and he takes a PVC pipe. Now, of course, we'd use copper as the material rather than PVC. But he takes the PVC pipe and he drills multiple holes through it. He puts the PVC pipe in the center of the 50-gallon drum and fills the drum with dirt. And then he fills the tube with garbage and worms.
Oh.
And then he puts the plants just like a grow tower would be, where the holes are cut into the side of the 50-gallon drum and you just insert the plants. So it's essentially a grow tower, but rather than using like a hydroponics, you're putting worms and compost in the center tube, and those worms are feeding your plants. All you have to do is feed the worms garbage. I don't know if you understand the concept. It's a little bit complicated the way I explained it.
I was muted.
Yeah, you're muted.
I'm talking to myself here. No. Sorry, when you say garbage, compost, right?
Well, I say garbage, but I mean compost, right? Like
yeah.
Worms eat like all kinds of stuff. They even like
for sure. Well, that's what I'm wondering though. How do you because this kind of comes down with the companion planting, how do you ensure that the soil stays enriched and
the
recycles itself?
So that PVC pipe that's in the center, like it has holes drilled in it, right? So what the worms will do is they'll dig holes all through the dirt to where the roots of the plants are. They don't eat the roots, but they're doing so, they're defecating all in there, and they're moisturizing the soil, and they're actually organically feeding your plants while doing so. All you have to do is feed the worms.
So and I apologize because this is my arrogance on gardening.
No, it's all.
My mom's a master gardener, but she doesn't grow food, so that's the big difference. And she's starting to use now more alternative methods. We'll just put it that way. Okay. So, and even these famous Oregon gardens in where I live uses Roundup so that's what I was getting with the companion planting question is like, okay, I get the worms. So are they able to turn whatever it is that you have into the that is the string to my pants. I just want to make that really clear.
That's what we kind of figured it was. I wouldn't worry about it, but
yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, I don't give a crap. I don't know if you guys know, but I love laughing at myself. I think it's super important, and I'm trying to be as real and raw as possible because I think it's super, super important. I feel like we've been so stuck in like a societal setup that we're supposed to do things a certain way. And I think it's time now to really start pushing those boundaries and saying, do we really need to? Because I feel like we'll be a lot more inclusive, in my opinion, if we just be your weird self. That's what I'm trying to get at.
I don't step outside the box. I live outside the box. So I
like that. Ooh, quote. Give me a second. I don't step outside the box. I live outside the box. Gerald P. Yep. Right? Your last name initial is P because I'm putting your...
Yep.
Okay.
Absolutely. That's fine by me.
I live outside the box. Okay, just had to write that down real quick. So coming to you soon in an outro video that I make.
Oh, cool. That's awesome.
Yeah. I'm here. And when you send me those other ones, we'll make ones with those too.
Yeah, I apologize. I've got these poems written out for you, and I just have to.
Hey,
I've been busy.
Don't Don't. I know you haven't actually posted any videos in a long time. We know you've been. I don't, and that's the thing is like when you start to learn to just let things be and come as they may, things, it takes a while, and I still have triggers and things to be sorted out, but it makes life so much better. It just try to take away the expectation. Put your boundaries up when you need to, but if you take away expectations, you find it's just things start to, in my opinion, they start to feel like they're smoother. Oh,
yeah, life flows, and you want it to
yes,
flow. You want to touch that flow. But go ahead, you were going to say something. I'm sorry.
No, it's gone.
I cut you off. That's my bad.
No. That's my ADHD. It's gonna happen no matter what. And I shouldn't say it is that. It's my temporary brain fragmentation that is I'm working on healing and should improve. I also partake in something, and sometimes that doesn't help either. But working on all that. That's actually future episodes with talking about health. I'm gonna get real and raw about my own stuff. And like just my own like habits and addictions, past addictions, that kind of stuff.
Sorry.
And I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong, but I definitely found myself at a point where it's like it's time for a break again. And then just want to do some lung stuff. And I've been trying to document, and there's all kinds of cool like Qigong things you can do that really don't take a lot of body flexibility. So they're great ways to get you started with that kind of movement. Like you can just like kind of flip your half top of your body. Obviously, if you're having back problems, all that, this I would not suggest doing this one to start off with, but just by like taking your whole head, and taking it down, taking your hands and kind of going down in between your legs, and then coming back up and stretching up back and behind you a little bit, and doing that sometimes a little quickly, but doing that for 5 minutes clears out your lungs. And there's a guy that here, I should put my camera on for a second. There's a guy who shows a video about clearing heart blockage, and this is Qigong too. And it's actually taking and this is where it comes to resonance and frequency, but you're like cupping your hands. You're trying to get that.
Oh, yeah.
Do you hear that? Versus you want that cupping sound. So you do this multiple times, and then you do it on your elbows and both sides. Wait, I'm not. I'm slapping myself more than cupping there.
Oh, yeah, I hear it.
There we go. This clears heart blockage, and you're supposed to do this every day. This will keep things flowing. I know. I look like a freaking monkey or something. I don't care. I'm going to be as real and raw as possible. And if you all are starting to get cringy, you know where you can go.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. Did you know that tapping behind your right ear, there's a bone there that actually will give you, if you tap it the right way, it gives you like a euphoric kind of a feeling.
Oh, I don't know if I did.
Yeah, you know what? I got to go over my notes again, but I used to do it. I haven't done it in a long time. So,
and you know the lymph thing, where your lymph nodes, and you got them in your armpits.
Yeah.
You got them like for women right on your breast, but like at the base, or sorry, sort of the inside part of your ribs. There's like right in here.
Yep.
And then at the top of your groin and the inside of your knee. And if you pump them or lightly rub them, you open them up. And this allows for flow. So if you have stagnation, it allows for flow. Now, I have tons of sinus stuff going on. Partly why I want to cut back a little bit, because it is, with the lungs. Oh, this is, doing this is really good for your lungs too, clearing your lungs. And then there's like a swinging thing where you hit your chest and you come back and you hit behind yourself, and you actually hit your kidney on your back. And you do you're not hitting yourself hard, but you're just boom, 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 boom. Simple little swinging like this. It helps open that all up. Okay, so then with the lymph, I'm going to open up here, and your left side is your major drainage area, your termines. That's what these are called. And so you're going to rub and open it up, and like right away. I'll rub and open this up, and I can start to feel some stuff coming down and draining. It's quite nice. And then at the base of the throat, so you're going to rub again right in here, and you're going to calm down. And I do agree with you, Sideways Suze, that bras are actually important. This is why the underwire bras are not good. I wear like a little like overshirt. It's almost like a shirt instead of a bra, if that makes sense. So this is like, there's nothing to this other than just to protect my other people's visions. So it smells like kids, you know. I'm just not trying to be like way out there. But I totally agree with you. They're actually starting to figure that out, because you really are restricting yourself like in here, and that's actually going to restrict the flow in here, which is maybe potentially why breast cancer is on the rise. But a huge major lymph node system is in here, and our women's breasts are lymph nodes. So anyway, so I'm massaging right in here, and once I do that, and I've already opened up this area, I want to drain. So I'm going to pull down, and you can do the same thing then across the face. My broken glasses, and you can take your fingers and do, I call it the Spock hands, and then you just drain like this. You're going to push it down and drain into your drain port here, and then take it and drain it into here. Yeah. Okay, then one thing is like my ears pop a lot, and I was like this up and down in elevation that whole trip, going up and down in the mountains. And so I sometimes just take my earlobe and I'll pull it down and I'll pull it back a little bit, and I'll feel like a little area open up in there. You'll even hear me do gross sounds, and that's me draining.
I kind of wonder if I got some sort of toxic buildup. I mean, my shoulders, it's crazy messed up.
But really? You need massage. You need touch. You need massage.
Well, you know what the problem is with that, though? I kind of saved somebody from falling off a roof, and my shoulder went pop. And ever since then, it's never been right.
So it needs to be popped back in?
Well, no, it's in, but for some reason, I get this
out of place.
Pop. Maybe.
You keep getting popping? Like, well, here's my thing. My shoulder will pop a little when I do this. It's actually been a lot better. Oh, there it goes. Pop. And one of the things that I find is that, well, first of all, it has a lot to do with posture, not necessarily your problem. My problem definitely does. It's a rotator cuff issue. It is rotator cuff. And it's, so you know, like whenever I focus on getting my core in place without puffing, you don't want to puff your chest up too much, or bring your shoulders up with your posture. And I'm not telling you this, Gerald. I'm kind of saying this in general.
Well, I get it.
But then you'll build up the scar tissue and this fluid in your shoulder blade. And I know this because, and I'm going to be coming out MLT for partly with the reflexology part of it too, you know. But where I find where I'm breaking up this lactic acid in these little like fluid buildups is you're getting it right in that's how it's that rotator. You're getting it right in that shoulder section. But there's an emotional connection to that too. And it is connected to carrying the weight of the world on your shoulders. Are you, and you don't have to get into it, but maybe there's something going on that you've had to step in and take care of something maybe. And it's sort of like there's not really much of a choice.
Well, it's something huge, and I thought it was dead and over with, but it turns out it might be popping its ugly head back up again, and I may have to deal with it. And it's not something that's small. It actually will affect my whole country. So, crazy stuff.
Well,
I was involved with. I got to be careful what I say here. Something in my past. I was involved with, like, you've heard me talk on BurnEye's channel about when I was young. I was unfortunately in organized crime, so I got involved with people, and I got into. I found out some things about certain individual, and it needed to be dealt with. It got dealt with, and it was pretty big, a little bigger than I thought. And then now apparently this person might be getting released to the public soon.
Interesting.
And that's kind of pretty much all I could do about going into it, because there are factions that are involved in this situation that could come up and bite me in the ass. So I have to be careful. But yeah, I guess that might have something to do with the weight of it on my shoulders.
Do you feel, but overall, are you going to be okay?
I might not. I don't know.
Well, let's just say you are. Let's just say you are. You're going to be okay.
You know what? I look at it like this. If it's going to happen, if something crazy is going to happen, it's going to happen. But it's directly involves the prime minister of my country.
For real?
For real. He was involved in something in my past that I witnessed. And then the person that was connected to him got taken down. And now his sister's working on his cabinet. And anyway, it's just a big crazy story that I shouldn't get it on the live. Let's just say, yeah, that might have something to do with that connection.
Maybe for the sake of manifesting, we set it aside for the moment and manifest a better outcome.
I'm not worried.
Maybe tell us more when it's resolved, because I do feel like that's going to come to a head real quick here.
Yeah, I think it will too.
Because there's no way what he just did to the country is going to go. It's not what
he's gotten away with. What it was that he did.
Well, I know what is just been implemented. Pretty much freedom of speech is being taken away.
Oh, freedom of speech is dead in Canada. It's not. There's no.
Yeah, but it's like, it's officially dead because he's literally pulled it up with the social media.
Yeah, I can say this and mean it, and I might get canceled for it, and I don't want to cause your channel problems, so I'll be careful what I say. But the guy is not Canadian. Our prime minister is not Canadian. He may be on paper.
The otherworldly.
Just kidding. And okay, I'll tell you. I met him when I was 12 years old. We were at a family reunion. Yep, family reunion. Okay, he had me kicked out because I was going to break his nose. And I was going to break his nose because he called all people on welfare useless eaters. Now, my dad wasn't on welfare. He made $28 an hour. We lived decent when we were kids for a while. But this guy, the prime sin, I call him the crime sinister. He is a real nasty person. He was nasty when we were kids, and he hasn't changed one bit. Not one.
I feel like there's most of the people I've known, like where I grew up, like talking about homeless, like they're all pieces of shit.
Yeah. Homeless are just people that don't have a home. They're no different than me or anyone else. That's the way I feel about it anyway.
And the ironicism of in the US how 80% of them are veterans. So clearly there's something way deeper at play here. And again, our lack of even discussing what mental health is and how that impacts everything.
Oh, and everybody.
Exactly.
You should see, there isn't one person that I haven't asked that has said they want this particular person gone, out of power, go to jail, do not pass go, do not collect $200, because of what they've done to our country and the backhandedness that they've done it by. Like, wow, the criminal things that this person did and gotten away with because of the way that he's shifted the law and paid people off and shut people up, that our country is like, I would say it's almost communist at this point. Almost. I can still go to the store and buy what I want. I can still, hop on a bus. I can still go to the water slides. So it's not that bad. But at the same time, all the rules that are being changed, the laws that are being messed with, they all come from someone who I don't think belongs to this country. As someone said in the comments section, Fidel Castro's son. Well, it's certainly possible. I mean, his mom was promiscuous. His dad was a pedophile. And when the crime sinister was born was right after the time that his mother and his so-called father were hanging out in Cuba for years at a time. Fidel Castro and Pierre Elliott were best friends, which to me is weird, but to each their own.
Yeah.
So yeah, lots. Maybe I shouldn't get into all that because we're not here for politics. I apologize.
Oh no, we're here for open discussion. This is a chit chat. That's what it's about. It's about just talking about whatever we feel like, really, and generally, like, not putting too much stipulation on it. Because we got plenty of those talks.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I mean, we could get into what's going on in your country as well. We're both in bad situations.
Yeah, but I kind of, to be honest, I see it as like that either it was due with time, because it's sort of like that ebb and flow thing. And growing up, to be honest, you know, like watching these other countries go through, because of course, like, I'm affected. I'm an empath, so I'm immediately affected by, oh my God, there's these homeless children that are starving to death. We have to save them. Like, I remember crying at all that, you know, and investing so much of my energy into it. It's like the Obama thing. Like, I'm not going to lie to people, which is maybe why I'm so adamant about being against Trump, and why it's so hard for me to believe that he's some mastermind that's going to save us all. I invested so much of my time and energy and running around and shouting like, it's a new hope. And, you know, my dad has been a good example of that for me too, in the sense that he has really taken on, which I didn't feel like he used to be this way. And now with later in life, he's, you know, he'll say like Republitards, and I've talked to him about it though. And there's definitely been a change with that. Definitely, you know, because I'll say certain things like, can't you see, like, both sides are just messing. So anyway, what I'm trying to get at is I am done, and I haven't been, and maybe this isn't the best thing to do, because I really am disconnected. But I'm not, I mean, I'll hear little bits in here on the major stuff, but I'm like, my mind's going, how, you know, whatever this is, whatever time we have left, whether there is something that's going to happen or not, what's the best thing that we could do right now? It's to share and educate as much as we can. So to keep trying to do this as much as we can.
Absolutely.
And to explore and find this evidence, right? But then also to like try to build what we keep talking about. And the thing is, I'm not pressuring myself on time, because I keep hearing all these deadlines and dates and things of when all this is going to just go to crap. And I feel that at this point, it's not going to go. I don't think it's going to be quite, you know, you had that vision, and I think it's going to take a little more time than it being like the day. What's that movie? The Day After Tomorrow, where like everything happens in like 24 hours or 48 hours or something.
2012, I think that wasn't it?
Okay, yeah. There's like several. there's
a lot of them. Yeah, don't get me wrong. I brought that up because you triggered a memory, the maps, but I don't believe it's going to happen. I know that certain people were trying to make things happen, and it turns out they can't. Like, did you know that they were drilling at Yellowstone to try and cool it off, and they were adding metric tons of water and
I did hear that. Yeah.
Do you realize what happens when you pour water on lava or a hot rock? It explodes.
Okay. Actually, right? And earthquakes, because you're shifting plates by pumping water like that. This is what Dutch talks about this. Like, there'll be a major hurricane on one side of the state, and on the other side, there'll be earthquake activity because of this. Because you're displacing water. You're displacing, you know.
Absolutely. Yep. And the steam that's created and all that. Yeah. So they were trying to do something there, and it all, I don't know, I haven't heard anything since. So again, you know, I don't think that my dream is going to come true. I really don't. And if it does, well, It'll be quick.
I still, yeah, and see, I don't think it will be. I think it'll happen in a series. There'll be a few big type situations, but there will be time, especially if you don't freak out and get stuck up in your own head. There'll be plenty of time to get to where you need to get to. Now, clearly, okay, the world is mixed with all kinds of different people. So unfortunately, it's all going to be okay. That's the thing too. It's like, where do we go after this anyway? Like, I'm not worried about that anymore.
I fully believe that if something like that was to happen, people would, like we always do, birds of a feather flock together. So we would gather in groups that are a lot like we are, right? And then people that are different, say that are violent or this, that, and the other, would gather in groups of people that are violent. So I believe that those that are trying to perpetuate help for others, those that are trying to build, those that are trying to look past what's going on, are going to be the ones that inherit what's to come. In other words, like the meek inherit the earth, right? So those that are trying to get life restarted, so to speak, or even back on track to where it was prior to what it is now, I believe are going to accomplish their goals by just like what you said. Put your head down to the grind, bear it, and just share it. Keep moving, you know?
Yeah, because like I mean, I think the evidence is there for us that we could be literally manifesting the bad if we keep focusing on it. And I'm not saying that you should completely ignore it, but I'm just like, could we potentially change the reality? Would it literally shift us away? But you can't avoid. You can't avoid it completely.
No. In fact, if you think about it, all the predictions and everything that was said about the future from the past, all that Nostradamus, Nietzsche, all of them, if you were to look at it from a spiritual perspective, you kind of need the ugliness to come out in order for people to see it, in order to change. So I don't think it's going to be end all, say all. I think it's going to be a shift. And we're all going to see things that we don't want to see, and it's going to help us change for the better. That's my opinion. I don't know. We'll see.
So then how do you feel about the idea that we created this ourselves to remind ourselves?
Okay, so I'll go into kind of my core beliefs on that, and I do believe that you're correct.
I'm not saying I'm correct, by the way. I really want to hear your opinion. This is going to kind of become my show question, like, how do you feel about... Anyway, please, I want to hear your opinion. I'm going to shut up.
Those that have heard me talk on BurnEye's channel and that know that I believe in God, okay, fully. And I understand those that don't. I got no issues if you don't. It's not about that for me. My beliefs do not require you to. Everybody has their own beliefs. You live by them. If you ain't hurting yourself or others, by all means, all the power to you. So I look at it like this. Some people call this the secret, but realistically, it was pulled out of the Bible, and it's the power of prayer. And I say that by, it kind of goes to meditation at the same time. So in the secret, what you would do, and I'm going to explain it sort of back from the rear sort of thing. So in the secret, what you would do, if you wanted something in life, you'd focus on it. You'd meditate on the fact that you already have it, and you'd meditate on the fact that you're enjoying it and that it's part of your life. And then you would let it go, leave it to the universe, forget about it. And then it comes back to you, right? But now I bring that back to the power of prayer in the sense where when we were told to pray, we pray in faith, know that it will be answered, and forget about it. Well, it's the same thing, except when, say, I pray about something, I'll give you a prime example. The coil system that I've built literally came from a dream where Jesus came to me and gave me specific numbers on how to wind a specific coil. And I did it. And
you're not the only one to tell this type of a story, by the way. And the gathering, at the gathering, there were people full of this. I had a dream. Yeah, we're going to call it the Great Gathering. I had a dream and I was given this vision. I was told to do this, create this. Yep. So this is huge. This is important, whether it's God or whoever or whatever it is.
Yeah, this
is not unheard of. So anyway, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Okay. And I totally get that. Totally. So I prayed about a way for energy to be given to everyone and healing. That's what I prayed for. So in this dream, I was given certain numbers, and it took about a year and a half to fully understand what was going on. I had to do a ton of research. It wasn't just like, here, do this, and then it came out. No, it was here. Now you have to understand it. Okay, so I'll leave that aside, go back to the secret. In my prayer, I prayed for energy and healing. I pictured in my mind that it was going to be given to me. I pictured that I was going to enjoy it and give it to all those that asked for it, and I was going to give it freely because it was going to be given to me freely. And then I forgot about it and left it alone. Then I get this dream of Jesus Christ, and it's given to me. I put it together. Now it's a real thing that I hold in my hand. I've built over 175 separate geometrical coils now. I've been mapping this stuff for the last 10 years. All of that is from having faith that it was going to get answered. In the secret, it says the same thing. Picture what you want. Picture you having it. Picture you enjoying it. Forget about it. Leave it to the universe and know that it'll come. Well, that's faith. So when you ask me about, do you believe we manifest what it was that we're going through in order to remember? Yes, I fully do. But I'm not sure if it was like a conscious manifestation of the exact events that are occurring, other than many, many millions of people concentrating on what it is that they believe that they need in their lives, and it all manifesting together.
Yeah, which is the other factor in this that I talk about.
Yeah, so I do believe you're correct in that sense. And I think for me, it's the power of prayer that was put into play in the universe from the beginning of time. And we just didn't understand how it worked. Some people, like I said before, call it the secret because they want to take God out of the picture. And hey, I get it, whatever, teach your own. I don't believe that they should do that, but teach your own. I ain't going to harp on you. That's between you and him, if that's the case in your beliefs, right? So I think that, I think we manifest our reality in front of us. Some people know they're doing it. Some people know how to do it. And some people don't have a clue what they're doing, but they're still manifesting their own future. Does that make sense to answer your question?
Yes. Sorry. I was doing something weird.
It's all good.
No, it totally does. And I feel like that was just beautiful. It's sort of where some people would so quickly say no. You were adaptive. And I feel like that's the whole, because for me, it's a little more, it's hard for me. I don't know what God is to me. I don't, and that might sound bad, but
no, like I said, I don't fault anyone. It's not about
no,
that.
Yeah.
When I was a kid, I didn't know who God was.
And
go ahead.
Well, and see, the thing too is this is I feel like this is the part of the conversation we had with Joe Cool and JJ Organics. They had a really good panel discussion about this, and we're going to do, I think, another one. But I was brought up in a pretty open household and taken to a Unitarian church, so that the idea was that my parents, I think, actually thought we were going to be taught more about other religions there, where it was more like they taught us about different forms of really Catholicism, and
Yeah.
and so
I don't
but
believe in
my
Catholicism.
say that
Go ahead.
again. Oh, you
I
don't
said I don't
believe in
believe not
yeah.
in Catholicism. Yeah,
And I
but
think you don't probably resonate with certain stories out of the Bible either,
well,
because
you know
they
what?
definitely depict quote unquote God as sort of a we've talked to, I think I've talked to, did we talk? Yeah, no, sorry, I'm trying to remember. I just had this conversation with some people, but like Job, the story of Job in the Bible,
Yeah,
and he was very obviously cruel to him, and there's other
actually,
stories where God is just sort of depicted in not the most favorable light, and that doesn't resonate with most people. I think
believe it or
even when
not,
they do believe in God and really follow the Catholic or Christian faith.
I don't follow the Catholic faith because they well, I'll leave that aside because I'm not harping on the Catholics. I don't. There's no hate there. But
Yeah.
when it comes to resonating with Job or certain stories in the Bible, I prayed for understanding on those stories. I get Job. Totally understand Job. Did it suck what he went through? 1,000%. 1,000%. But guess what? That man is no longer, how do I put this?
So
I believe
what's
that
his
what he went
lesson? I
through,
don't understand. I mean, I'm curious. I love having this conversation.
I believe that what he went through not only strengthened his faith, but it was necessary for those that came after that read his story that understood what true faith was and understood that no matter how close you feel you are to God, no matter how much of a believer you are in God, the devil's going to come and kick you in the balls. Pardon the expression. But that's kind of how I've seen that story come out. No matter how good you think you are, you ain't that good. Evil that's out there sees that and they don't like it. So they're going to come after you. Now, do you have protection from God? Well, I fully believe you do. Unless it is that you've done something that God releases his protection and then you get your butt kicked. I don't know. I've always
He
looked at
did
those
get it.
things.
That's, I guess, how I feel is like he got supposedly dragged through the coals, really. And though he was still faithful through it all, he really was left with nothing. But so for me, then it would be hard for me not to believe he doesn't get another life. That
Well, at the end of the
reincarnation then
story,
isn't possible, and or past lives aren't possible. And then he needed to live this life then to sort of either rectify some previous life he had or like to balance the energy. Does that make sense? So that's why it's hard
it
for me to
does.
then go with like the core of what the Bible brings, because then I feel like it limits the possibilities of there being more to the equation, and maybe there isn't just one God too. I mean, the
Well,
story of Enoch and Enil, like being brothers that split, is just like resonating with the sun versus the moon and
I
that sort
think
of
those are,
aspect of things too. That's, I guess, where I'm at. And this is me just having my opinion. This does not mean
no,
I'm
I get
right.
it. I'm not saying
I
I'm right
like you
either
sharing
at
yours
all.
a lot.
Yeah, I don't think um, when it comes to Enki and all that, I think that those were representations of certain rules and laws that we didn't quite understand. Maybe they were gods. Maybe they were actually people. I don't know. Personally, I think they were men that were given great abilities through a form of evolution that was lost to us after Moses died. And I believe that they maybe not called themselves God, but those that were around them that didn't have those gifts called them gods and worshiped them. But I think they were just men because of the science I've studied and the understanding I was given about Mifket, mana, the
Yeah,
philosopher's
and
stone.
that's the one equation I didn't say either. I think that we either are them or we're more powerful or just as powerful or whatever. Like, what really resonated with me was in that Stargate movie when they're like, look, and they, remove his mask. They're like, look,
Yeah,
it's just a man, Yeah.
I fully believe they were just men. They were just men with power. And I think that was the case because they would eat Mifket.
Sorry, really quick. Hey, Derry. I didn't say hi. Sorry, go ahead.
No worries. They would eat Mifket, and they would go through a ceremony that would allow their chakras to turn on through eating this, which was basically monatomic elements that the body needed. They would go through this ceremony that would turn on each chakra, and by doing so, it would recombinate their DNA back to the original DNA that we were given through Adam. And that gave us abilities that would be considered superhero abilities. Like when Stan Lee wrote all the comics, I kind of wonder if it was just comics or if it was some form of a history that was brought out in comics in order to get the public thinking about it, right? Like, I'll never worship a man who has gifts. You have gifts, so what? I have empathy. I can walk into a room and engage the room, whether or not it's negative or positive, or who's the more likely one to have a knife or a gun, who's the more likely one to give you a bun or a coffee. You know what I mean? Like, I can feel it. So there's got to be people out there that can do other things and have other gifts. And I believe
I believe it, and maybe a lot of it's not. Well, one thing that has resonated with me a little bit too is the idea of the canopy, frequency canopy. Actually, Chalk Body Outline had done this video I've talked about before. It's like one of his first videos, and he took the overlay of the what is it called? It's the Egyptian sky goddess. That's what it is. She, you know what I'm talking about? And they show the different layers underneath her like arch. And so what Chalk did was take an equalizer, like a sound equalizer screen, and line it up with the with that picture, and you could see, you know, so the idea that like maybe right now the frequency where the canopy is being kind of squished or pushed down on us, and as Earth goes through this next transition, which I do feel like in science terms is there's a connection with this pole shift, then it is going to either lift or change in some format. And that our abilities or the possibility of abilities will increase. There's talk like you grow faster during this time. It's the whole vapor canopy kind of thing.
Yep.
But not quite like some people talk about it, if you know what I mean when I say
so before the flood, right, would be the vapor canopy, and that would be almost ionized by all the pyramids that were activated at the time.
Oh.
That's what I believe, because I know how the pyramid, I believe, and I can say this confidently, I believe I know how the pyramids work. They were an evolutionary machine and a Stargate at the same time. What they did is they created an Evo, which is basically ball lightning at the top of the apex of the pyramid. And after eating a certain amount of Mifket and going through certain teachings so that you had a deep understanding, you could stand in said bubble. And it would help your body, like I said, recombinate and turn on your chakras. And at that point, because your DNA has been recombinated and you've been given those gifts, that bubble that you're standing in acts almost like, because of the canopy of all the moisture that's around the ionization, it changes you, right? Through plasma, because you become part of it. And then, again, once that's been done, you can use that as a portal.
I believe that. I mean, that resonates with me because of resonance.
Yeah, it's a Stargate as well. Yeah, I believe that it can be used as a Stargate once your DNA has been recombinated, once you've so-called evolved. I don't believe it's an evolution. I say that for the understanding of those that are listening. But essentially, I believe that was our gift. That was our God-given gift. That was supposed to be given to every man. It was taken from us, from a so-called group of pharaohs, which is just a group of men that didn't want us to have it. I fully believe that. Because they wanted to hold power over men and women. And I don't say men as being men, I mean mankind.
I know, because like, I think holding us back feels very, very real. And that's another thing that kind of challenges some of my thoughts and theories on things too, and which is why I say I have no idea. And I want to keep learning. And it sounds weird to say I don't want to, like, in some ways I don't want to know because I want to keep searching, because that's sort of the fun of this, is what I've come to enjoy, where before I used to not always feel that way. So
there's so much to learn, Ezra. All the history that's been lost, all the things that occurred between the flood and now that need to be documented and found again, because it's, been wiped out from the powers that ought not be, that don't want us to know the truth. Just, there's so much to do. Even if you did go through the evolutionary track and you were able to awaken all your chakras and get given these gifts, again, there's so much to do. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know. And I realize, like, I don't have enough time technically. So I'm just going to, but I'm not anxious. That's important, because definitely have lived more anxious in my past and lived in the past a little too much, if that makes sense.
See,
and,
there's a funny thing that I have to bring up now, because you brought up time. Time is directly connected to this evolutionary, I don't know what you would call it, time period. See, the pharaohs in the Book of Kings states that they lived, some of them, 20,000 years. Well, how is that even possible unless they live beyond time? And how would you do that?
Well, by changing your vibration.
Aha. You got it. Because if you change your vibration, what do you change? When we stand on the earth, the heartbeat of the earth, the pulse, is basically it's 7.83 hertz. But as we stand and it conforms through us, we see that 7.83 hertz as a manifestation of mass. Like, that's our lives. That's how we live, right? But if your frequency goes up, you're not seen by those that are at 7.83 hertz. So I'll give you an example. Let's say you had a system where it created
time. Sorry.
Exactly. So let's say you had a system that created an energy field, and that field built up to a certain point like a bubble. And then as that field is filling, its frequency of that field is different. Let's say, for the sake of argument, it's 12 hertz. But people that live on the earth, we'll have to say it's higher, because we actually spike to that. So let's say it's 200 hertz. And the people that are standing in front of you are 7.83 hertz. You're going to disappear in front of them, because your frequency is higher than theirs. They can't see you.
This is the whole discussion with Bigfoot too, actually, because there's a debate. Is he a physical creature, or is he an interdimensional being?
I don't know about interdimensional. I guess that's what they call different timelines, right? Like different frequencies of time would be interdimensional. But I always look at it as a dimension, as another
frequency.
Like another yeah, well, I guess it would be. So
like,
yeah, I guess
think about that. Like it connects. That's kind of sometimes what I just am blabbering about, is like, you really break all this down. This is like, so how else would you go into, they talk about this. If you're a physical matter, how would your body go through a wall? Like, this is like the ghost discussion,
Yeah.
Other than if you were resonating, if your molecules were physically I say physically, but right, like resonating would alter the dimension or the plane that you're on. So Bigfoot's often seen like dipping behind super skinny trees where it doesn't even make sense that he's done that. Oh, I've lost a lot of people. We lost you with the Bigfoot talk. Sorry. Doesn't matter. Do you mind if I take a quick break? I'm going to apologize. I'm going to let you go on that, but I have to go pee really quick.
We shouldn't have got into the woo. I actually have to use the bathroom too. Did you want to just cut it short?
Perfect. I'll play a video then.
Oh, there you go. Okay. I'll be right back then too.
Okay, sounds good.
Awesome.
Okay, let me pull something up. Oh, let's you guys have never seen this. I think this one might have some errors in it. I don't remember, but this talks about my PMA. So I was gonna polish it up, I think, maybe make because I have more video now. Oh, you know who's seen this though? Mr. Aaron Corbett. Thank you guys for being here. This is wonderful. I actually was only going to do a couple hours, and now I feel like I do many hours. We won't do it that long, but I hope you all come back and some of you come on. But of course, you know how wonderful it is to sit here and listen to JJ too. Or I just said JJ because I was looking at the chat. I meant Gerald. This is where my brain does sometimes. I meant Gerald. It's wonderful to sit and listen to Gerald. He's got obviously amazing things to talk about. It's cool to talk about our different perspectives. Let's watch this and I'll be back. The world has been filled with never-ending wonder for many centuries. With old narratives and research, we find ourselves at a precipice in time, a chance to renew the story that may have been skewed and to test these theories against the most basic of principles. In a collection of back scientific breakthroughs, while staying critical to the core root, we look to expand the viewpoint on our constant changing environment. Doing this by presenting a diversity of views with proper debate structure amongst community. Raw, modern, peer review. This documentary series will include a small glimpse at the backstory to building a healing and wellness center while traversing new self-sustainable terrain. Plans will include interviewing and collaborating with professionals who are exploring a diversity of fields. The dynamic of professionals is important, and to include Western medicine trained providers, Reiki practitioners, sustainable architects, and those with long-time experience in healing. The purpose of the Healing and Wellness Center is not to stay in the business of health, but rather establish a foundational base that enables others to learn how to properly care for themselves. In the efforts to reduce treating and diagnosis, and rather promote continued educational support for a healthier world, the center will establish a self-sustaining relationship with the immediate land and structures around it in order to support ease of financial burdens. To allow all to feel welcome and invited in exploring a healthy, healing environment, to be a blueprint for others who can take their practices and create the leader within. The end result is never to search for a cure, but rather bring a collection of information to the table non-objectively in order to engage the whole world in looking for the core root. Please consider joining me to explore the world of alternative health along with the evidence and science, looking at a whole new kind of biology as we know it. Recognize you are in control and scrutinize. Consider trying anything for a short period of time. You might find healing with turning off the noise, spreading your toes, and disconnecting. Simplify. And we're back. That was my little attempt at having an inspirational video to start talking about the PMA, which stands for, by the way, Private Member Association. No fancy words. So much abbreviations these days, right? Which is really just it's been used with religious organizations before, but it is something to be able to operate without running as a nonprofit, which does mean you can still get grants technically, but it's all private donation. It's not coming with stipulation, which is like the nonprofit. So the research I've done with the PMA concept is that you are going to probably want an LLC to begin with the LLC to operate so that you can have a trust. Because then from there, eventually the idea is you get land and once you pay off the land, you can get the patent and then officially own the, like you are nullified from imminent domain, if I can speak. And so you can operate as a, like a little private society in a way. And so I'm not here, like I said, to turn YouTube into a monetization. I'm not going to start selling products. It'd be one thing if unless one thing I have always said, if there's going to be any kind of product involvement, I am very hard and scrutinizing of what I promote. And so it's people who are trying to practice as much as possible some sort of sustainable movement. Not talking about hardcore I don't know. I'm just trying to say I'm not here to sponsor anybody. I'm not here. I want, like Gerald and I were just saying, I want this to be free. So with the PMA thing, it's if you were to donate any money, the idea is you would be given two options. If you wanted to donate without any tracking at all, there would be an easy, simple way to do that. But if you are donating, I would like to take that, track it, and say when you come, whether you're going to come and live and work or you're going to come for a service of some type, which these are episodes and things that I'm going to be reviewing as well. So I'll be going over bioneurofeedback and to the sound therapy, and acupuncture is something that I would love to see there. The reflexology, some kind of lymph instruction or witch doctory. And I say that because that's actually how I learned out what lymph massages were. I watched this lady get sick while we were in Costa Rica. I was kind of young. My aunt is from Colombia and had family. And so I got this really cool experience. And we went to this witch doctor, walked down the hill to her house. And this woman did this massage. And I now understand what she was doing because she was actually, sorry, I didn't put on my camera. She was actually doing this movement, and it was kind of harsh, or not harsh, but strong. She was doing these strong movements like this, and sort of, because my aunt's friend is kind of petite, and so she was sort of getting kind of, moved around a little, and she's doing her legs and everything, and I think, did her stomach and stuff, and she was just terribly sick, and more or less just bleh, and was 100% better, and had been sick for 3 days, so. Definitely interesting stuff. So that's just one thing. So like the massage type aspect of that. You know, and with sound, there's dance and shake and movement. You guys obviously remember the old equipment back in the day that you would just stand in this thing and it would just, you know, like the whole time. Because it was literally, it's about movement. It was about getting that stagnation moving, blood flow. So all those things, it's all alternative as much as possible. And then obviously, like you heard me talking with, I want like a earthship style setup, home setup, tower gardens, any kind of like helpful movement in that way. And then possibly turn that into its own little ecosystem, so that really I'm not needing donations. We're just working off of what we have as much as we can. We build that. We do experiments. We have a research lab so we don't get bored. And keep reinventing the wheel if we want to.
Sorry it took so long. I'm back.
Oh, you're fine. You're fine. I was just talking about my dream, of our it takes a village dream.
It does. It takes a village just to make a loaf of bread, let alone anything else.
And like one thing I've talked about is like, so with the, you know, there's going to be a board of some kind, but I don't want people to think about it that way. And this is something that's still up on the table. This is like, I want open discussion. I want, you know, development of what feels right. But the idea is that, yeah, there's going to be some elders that can have a little bit longer positions in the board, but that every person that chooses to be a member is going to take a position on the board at some point, at least for a year. And
that's a good idea.
That this is your part of your responsibility. If you want to come in, you have to take, you know, share your opinion, and we want to hear your opinion, no matter if it's challenged or not. This is part of the, you know, there's going to be an application process. This is something I talked about when we talked about the idea before, but it's not like I'm looking for somebody who, let's say, I'm not necessarily looking for somebody that has a ton of skill set, but I want to hear that you're willing to put in some effort to learn something new, and that's part of being a part of the group. And then I also want to make it clear that being able to separate from the group and having that time and that solitude is also important, in my opinion, and that you should be given that space. There will be space to do it. There will be the option to leave. And it's actually recommended that you go out, especially if you're in that condition, like you're able to, for a month or so at a time. But this is also because somebody like myself, I don't have children. I'm not sure if I will, but the idea as I get older to have a place for people where we can come together, where we've maybe lost family or don't have that kind of connect, that establishment and home base, that this is a place you can come and retire, and you're set up, and people help each other. You know, people help each other with each other's children. We help each other when we get older. It takes a village. So I'm not an expert. I'm not the like Mother Teresa. I don't have all, well, that's maybe not a good example. I don't have all the answers. But I feel like just starting having this discussion and breaking this down, I think will inspire a lot of people. I feel like a lot of people can feel this. We can make this happen. And some of it is knowing people. There's people who have land that may be able to just like straight up give us land for this exact reason. It's just a matter of finding it.
That's an absolute great idea. If everybody in the village did every job that was in the village for a certain amount of time, then everybody would have the skill set that everyone else has, and we're all just taking turns.
You should at least at least have to do an apprenticeship, and that is something that's going to be highly pushed. It does not mean that you're stuck to that trade, though. I love that, because that's something that I think nobody wants to feel stuck. And that's why I'm going to say, okay, you've been here for 6 months. You've done every single job. You've been working your ass off. I don't want to see you for a month. Go figure out what you want to go do for a month. And the idea is that we would be able to give you enough supplies, or like what we would have that establishment because we'd be a group. But there's also going to just be a place on the land that like you don't get bothered. It's like the solitude shelter. It's your place to go and be alone, and there's plenty of what you need and all that.
That's awesome,
right? Because doesn't that sound wonderful? I know I need that.
I'm moving in. That's it.
And the best part is, if you start donating now, that's an immediate tracker to say, okay, you just gave me $50. Here's like, come stay for 5 nights. Like, because it's not going to be about cost, it's going to be set up so it's super low cost, that kind of a thing. Like, and
yeah,
I will have this laid out. I will have the business portfolio laid out. A huge part of this will be getting the proper setup and donations from the beginning to get the land is really going to be the big thing. After that, I'm not so worried. I think we can use a lot of natural supplies, get donation. There's people get like they give away, because they're half cut, like pieces of countertops of beautiful stone. And it's just mismatched shapes or whatever, but some of this stuff you can get for free, because otherwise they take it to landfills. So you build your floor with that.
There's a lot you can actually get for free if you know where to look.
Yeah.
A lot.
Yeah. That's what I'm learning. There's a good channel. One of them actually, Kirsten Dirksen, and she does all these different style. I was wondering if you saw all these. She goes and interviews all these different people, and this one guy. That's where I just learned that. I think the majority of his house was, or the entire property, it was built with scrap wood, free stone, free supplies.
That's awesome. It's not as difficult as it sounds. It's just the collecting of the free stuff. That's where your costs come in, right? But other than that, you're right. You get a lot of stuff for free if you know where to look.
Yeah. And I think this is where I think we really thinking outside the box, and trying to make like costs in that sense, like minimal. And so that's the same thing with me. Like, I don't want to sell you anything. I want this to feel right. That's what it's supposed to be about. But also educate and be a blueprint for others, which I
would totally donate my time. So,
well, I would love, even if you decided you didn't necessarily want to like live on the property, but to come and teach. That would be amazing.
Absolutely. I'll build you a free energy generator and electroculture, and I'll build you
greenhouses, whatever you feel like.
We'll get you all set up, and then that way it all takes care of itself, and I'll teach you how to build it, and then you can teach others. We'll
have like a little group with us.
I'll teach. I'll go there for.
And you don't have to build as much, because you'll teach us as we go. I mean, you'll do some of it, but.
Well, yeah. Even as I'm building, I'll teach. I won't do it, just build it myself with a crew. I'll come in myself, and everybody that's there will become the crew, and we'll do it slow, but you'll know how to do it. By the time it's done, you'll be able to do it yourself.
Got you.
Yeah.
That's cool.
That's the way you do it, because then everybody knows, and those skills can be given to everybody. That's the goal. That's awesome.
Yep.
That's the way it should be.
Yep. Gerald, do you want a logo?
Yeah, I don't have a logo. Well, you know what? I have a screaming lion head. Mm-hmm. So that's kind of a logo.
I could work with the lion head and do something off of it. But
sure.
I'll talk to you about it. We can email about it. But I was something. I don't know why that just came to me. I think because I just saw. Well, because I don't know. Just shut up, Sarah. All right, it is 4:10. And I think let's end in 10 minutes if that's okay, because personally, just because I'm running out of talking steam, not and as a host, I want to be, but I would like to have you back, Gerald, please.
Sure.
But I know I don't really need to ask for that because you're around, and you're back around, I should say. You've been going through some. I can't wait to. And that's the other thing. We have to implement this, what you're doing, with what I'm talking about as well. kick us off the ground right away too. Because I still, I do. That's the hardest thing for me with technology is I love video. I love video editing. I like photography.
That's
It's
great.
not the same as being there, but I love it. So sometimes my thoughts and theories on things don't really align with that.
Oh, that's okay. That's your thing.
You have to disconnect, though, I think. That's really what it is. You just have to, if your devices aren't in the right frequency, because maybe they're just not right now with the way things are aligned, where we could have, because isn't there more like natural ways to record? Like,
I don't know.
Yeah, what was it? Somebody recorded inside of a shell or what was a coconut shell? No. I'm going to have to look that up, and I'm probably not making any sense right now. But it's something wacky like that. Like they use some kind of natural thing to for recording. And it would be cool to experiment with that too. So just it's like we talk about it, just feels like it's about frequency.
Everything's about frequency. And that's the funny part. We don't even think of it that way, but it's true. Everything's about frequency. Even in martial arts, when I was training hard, the faster you hit and the more perfect the practice, the better you are in a competition, right?
So, and technically, weren't you harnessing energy when you did it?
Yeah. Well, you're using your chi, right?
Yeah.
Your life energy. And you can build your life energy, and you could also use your life energy. And if you use too much of it, as an example, let's say shoveling. You shovel all day long. You're so tired. Your arms, you can barely lift them. You've used up a lot of life energy. It has to replenish. That's why we sleep, eat, that kind of thing, right? Could you imagine?
If we what about how do you feel? How do you feel about that breatharian thing?
The witch?
Oh no, it's a group of people that, and the monks, I guess, used to do they're not eating solid food. They drink like fruit juices and stuff.
Yeah.
But they use breath work to harness their energy and work with their metabolic state. And so they, one guy says he hasn't eaten solid food for 5 years. And they just, I mean, I do too, just because I've seen the power of that. But it's so cool. Hey, I haven't said, some people have dipped out, and I apologize because I haven't said bye to everybody. But bye, Aaron. He just left. I feel like somebody else left, so I apologize. But thank you guys again so much for coming in. Oh, Atlantis is found. I think took off. So appreciate you guys, even if you're popping back in and out. But Gerald, you've been wonderful. Thank you.
Oh, thank you for bringing me on. When it comes to martial arts, you're using you're focusing it, right? So it's like you're focusing your energy. And I've witnessed, my martial art teacher, my second martial art teacher, he came to my school and did a demonstration. And one of his students, his top student actually, was shooting arrows at him. And at the back of the arrow, just at the very little back, was a little red mark or a little blue mark. The red was for him to break the arrow, and the blue was for him to catch the arrow. And he didn't know which was coming to him, and he was blindfolded. So the student shot the arrows at him. He caught one, broke the other, got the colors right. Now, my theory goes that the student was projecting through his mind, through empathy, to the teacher what color was coming. But there was no way the teacher could have known. So was he using his chi, or was he using empathy, or are they actually both part of the same system? Which is kind of what I believe.
I think they're part of the same system that resonates.
Yeah.
Well, and okay, because there's a lot of other, and that's something that would be fun to do live, is we could blindfold ourselves and then have colors of something in front of us and each hold, just without seeing what the other person's holding up, but the audience gets to see it because people are doing that now.
Oh,
like
that's
with
awesome.
their kids. They'll do it with their kids a lot. Yeah, like we should mess around and see what happens. That'd be
I
a fun
agree.
thing to
That
do.
sounds like fun.
And then we could see like how much further we could take it. You know what I mean?
I agree 100%. Get a few empaths on here, and who knows,
Yeah,
maybe
because
a
that's
few
definitely
people.
why partly I met you. Like the timing and everything, and you were just talking about like because I was starting to really trying to emphasize the frequency healing, and you kind of popped in and was like, I'm doing it myself, like I'm actually building this stuff. So so cool. It's so cool if things sync.
Yeah, it actually, when it comes to electromagnetic vortexes, they increase the frequency that the human body has. So if, let's say, my shoulder, for instance, the frequency I have for that is 880 hertz. That's the one that apparently heals the rotator cuff.
Oh,
And when I run it, my shoulder feels great, and I'm good for the day. I can go shovel, do whatever. If I don't run my system, and I just work for a couple days, my shoulder seems to get sore and kind of hard to use and stiff. But when I run the system, it's like I'm imparting energy into it at the frequency that it resonates at. Like it needs to have that sympathetic resonance in order for the energy to get imparted into it. So, like you
makes
said,
me wonder
everything's
too if that resonance is what is like actually pushing you into an alignment, and so then that's also because I do feel like
interesting.
it's about your body getting into a certain setup.
Okay, I agree with you on that 100%. That goes to my theory when it comes to, and I say evolution, but it's just for a lack of understanding of a better word. But basically,
Yeah.
turning on your chakras. But you need mana or a Mifkit, monatomic elements, the stuff Bernie's working on. You need that in order for your body to sustain that higher frequency once you've
Okay, which
imparted energy into it.
see, and I think that in an essence, you get some of that monoatomic ormus from being more exposed to the proper mineral.
Yep.
And so minerals, and this is
Absolutely.
right, like that's replenishing you because that's depleted from our soil, and we are not in touch with nature's mel where we're like in the
Yep.
in the water in these areas. So, okay, that
Well,
is so good.
all monatomic elements
Such a good
are
conversation.
minerals and nutrients that have been electrified, and that allows your body to absorb it at 100%. Because even if you're taking like supplements, they say only your body only absorbs about 10% of that supplement and flushes the rest, right? But if
Yeah.
it was electrified at a certain frequency, like we talked about sympathetic resonance, then your body would be able to absorb it more. And that's where I think monatomic elements are. So it's just a theory.
Yeah, which and that see in this that and I do feel like that's a huge part of the problem is like we're not there's an absorption issue.
Yep.
Yeah, which also can connect to the proper, like we were talking about the metabolic state, and if you're breathing properly, that's also going to allow for those open passageways. And so it's like a combination.
And that's why I think my healing from my shoulder hasn't stuck. Like me, I believe a healing is it heals, the pain goes away, and it stays gone. But it's like the system I'm using, my body can only hold it temporarily. And I think that's because I'm lacking the nutrients and minerals that the body needs to hold on to that. Now, whether or not that's just supplements or whether or not it's monatomic elements, that's something that remains to be seen. So that's where I'm at with that anyway.
So
But
you do not have to answer this because I think this is going to be another super funny question. But do you have? Are you having regular bowel movements? Are they good consistency?
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, I know it's a funny question, but yeah, every day, I'm regular as it comes.
So get ready. If you come on, get ready to be asked that question.
All right. That's fine by me. It doesn't bother me. I don't get embarrassed easily.
Me either. And I ask it because of the connection with what you're talking about with absorption. So, and because I actually do feel like part of it is also making sure that you keep a good liver passage every day. So like one thing I noticed that just made a huge difference, but again, I'm different and I actually hold puffiness in general. And I'm a little, or I shouldn't say little, I'm out of shape. I definitely gained some weight and now I'm kind of in the process of losing that again. But
you're fine. You're good.
I appreciate it. But I mean, I'm just saying in general,
I understand.
Lemon water and or like apple cider vinegar, and I don't do apple cider vinegar all the time. I've talked about that a lot, but any of those things is sort of just, or cayenne pepper, are supposed to kind of help with that metabolic state a little bit too, and help with keeping things flushing.
Right.
Which then also in turn helps with absorption, proper absorption.
I was going to bring up. Go ahead.
Oh, sweet. No.
I was going to bring up something earlier. I forgot to bring up turmeric. I do this like twice a year. I'll do it for about 2 weeks. I'll take 1 tablespoon in half a cup of warm water every morning for 2 weeks. And my arthritis goes away. I'm more lucid.
So
it's just
powerful.
It's so.
I had capsules and you said that and I forgot, and it was mixed with, it was like turmeric and quercetin. And so it was a total like immune booster too. And it totally was helping my sinuses. And I have not gone back to that. And that would be a good idea. I do think that cutting back on my smoking. So Brian, same thing with you. But the lung clearing, I showed that before, just like tapping up in here. And then like a big swing down into your legs and a big swing up. And you want to, be standing up and you want to go all the way down and all the way up. Do that for 5 minutes. Qigong thing, it'll clear out your lungs. I don't do it enough. So I tell you to do this, but I don't do it enough. Sorry, go ahead, Gerald.
No. Sorry to cut you off. That's my bad.
Oh, you're fine. Yeah, it's all I think
I partake in weed too, and I don't know if that's what you were talking about, but I'm sensitive to chemicals in it. So I'm very picky about what I buy. But if you get clean stuff, you won't get phlegm buildup. So,
I do agree with you that
you know how to clean it?
No, and I really pretty specific about what I get.
There is a way of leaching.
I think this is actually because I already have an issue, and I've been smoking for and like a lot. Most people be like, "Wow." I shouldn't be talking about this too much.
Well, maybe leave those details in.
We can talk about that later, only because I'm trying to spare the innocent.
But I could say this: if you buy green and you think it's got chem in it, this is gonna sound weird, but stick it in room temperature warm water for 10 minutes, flush it, do that 3 times, then let it dry. It'll change the flavor slightly. It won't change the THC content, but it takes all the chemicals out. It's called water leaching.
And I just feel like I should just be growing my own if that's actually the problem, which I didn't think it was the problem, but maybe it is because it's just getting overdone now because it's legal. But Oregon has pretty good. I just noticed, so like I always try to push myself walking up a pretty steep hill on the regular because it works my lungs so hard. I just it feels good to do that. And so when I hike, it's kind of what but I noticed like when I was in Utah, I did pretty good with the hiking, but when I went swimming, it like took my breath away. It sort of startled me a little. And it was just like, I can take, I want to do breath work. And see, that's the other thing. What if I start doing breath work? That might resolve a lot of the problem too. And I still might be able to partake. I just think in general, what's healthy is less a little. I'm by myself. I'm hanging out a lot by myself and sometimes more in front of the computer than I want to be because I love to be outside. And I do notice on my trip, it was definitely less because I was constantly
Yeah, you're
So
probably
anyway,
like me. You like to sit in front of the computer at certain times and just partake. That's
well,
what I do once in a while.
okay, man. Like it's my
Yeah,
creative juice. I just sit and like rock out videos or like listen to
yeah,
super cool stuff. But then I
you and
do
me
find
both.
myself after like 2 days of that, like being bored and wanting to and needing like I need to go outside. I have
Like,
it's like itchy, kind of like, and I all of a sudden I'll feel this big when I do.
oh,
You
my
know.
camera won't show it. I don't know why.
Oh.
Oh, I know why. My settings. I'm sorry. I was gonna say, yeah, I partake probably a little more than I should, but let's see if I can show you this. See, it's legal where I am, so I can do this.
Yeah, I could do it too. I don't have my. Oh, here. It's not the. There you go. There you go. Here's my stuff.
Yeah.
But see, this is my problem. This is. Well, I shouldn't say problem. And I. Oh, we lost Gerald. You're breaking up, I think, a little bit all of a sudden. Still breaking up. Sorry. We got white screen. Gerald has seen the light. I'm not sure if he's gone through. I think he's coming back. Anyway, I want to talk about this more because I'm gonna. Part of this is like, especially when we start in the foundation, is not like being super strict about things, but maybe just being held accountable a little more. So like sharing my personal story, and Gerald's back, will hopefully help with that.
Absolutely. Yeah. Sorry, I caught a bit of that. That's my bad.
You gotta be weird. I just had to break it up a little bit. I don't want to be so serious all the time. I think JJ and Joe always kind of joke about that too. It's like, it's not about being super stringent or super. That's kind of what I want to get at. Is like, how can we all do this on our own? How can we all get healthy in our own time? Like, I've worked with a lot of patients, and people have a lot going on, and they, like I said, they've tried a lot of different things. So like the thing is, like I was saying, like this 30-day trial idea, like just take one thing at a time. Like, let's all start with turmeric. Like, do we all want to do this together? And I'm not a doctor, so this is not medical advice. I'm just saying that so this doesn't all get shut down.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. It's just stuff that I'm doing, and you know, if you choose to, that's your choice. But of course, there's no doctor advice here.
And that's like, I kind of want to build like a new encyclopedia that says like, okay, well, Eastern medicine says you can do this, herbal medicine says this, German new medicine says this. So if you have this issue, this and 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 this could all be potential helpful things, could not be. This might have worked with this thing together, like building like sort of like a connecting map, but it all might just come down to something even more simple, just frequency. So just start. Here, wait, I made this banner and I didn't use it yet.
So you're talking about basically like an encyclopedia of possible natural cures.
Yeah. Like going to, like I said, everything from acupuncture to specific type of massages to bioneurofeedback, to other types of like mental health stuff like NLP or EMDR or TFT. I'm abbreviating all those. I'll get into detail. Those are just different types of techniques with like rewiring the brain, to psilocybin, to, you know, like what, like, and oh, that's the other thing, Gerald, that we talked about. I would really like to, if potentially, and there's certain things that take priority, but to create a couple different measuring tools that we can start measuring frequency that comes off of people from their own singing, instruments, and Reiki in real time. You know what I'm talking about? Anything that
absolutely,
energy coming off the person. Cameras, and then also like lights. Let's make a formation, like a star pattern or something, and then do an acoustic thing and measure that. Like what's, you know, in the middle.
That's a good idea. I like that idea. That's
well,
cool.
You fuel this because you talk about these things, and then I think about, oh well, what.
We're going to do this. We're doing this, Ezra. That's it. We're doing this. That's it.
The lab is coming. The foundation is coming, people. Let's do this together. I'm sick of talking to you over chat. I want to hang out with you.
Absolutely.
I want to help you in real time.
I love it. I'm in.
Okay,
I hate to cut this short, but I kind of
we gotta I was about to say, so no big deal. You go. I appreciate all of you. I'm gonna say my goodbyes, so go ahead and take off, and then I'll play a little video and we'll call it.
All right. Thank you for having me on. Appreciate everybody in the chat. Thank you for all the questions. It's awesome. You got my brain working. I love it.
Yes.
All right, Esther. You have a good one.
You too. Appreciate you super much, and I'll email you. We'll communicate.
Awesome. Great.
Sweet. Thank you. Bye. All right, everybody. Brother Brian, thank you guys so much. Brother, you will be somebody if you feel like coming on and just talking, even if you want to be video. This is like I've been wanting to do this for forever. Like I talked about, I want to talk about your own stuff. I want you to just be able to tell your story, even if it just feels good to just get it out. Probably a part of the therapy as it is. It helps you process, think about it. Like think about like when certain things happen, like when did you start, like, okay, I talked about this, is kind of personal, but like I have, which is what I was talking about, I take olive oil instead of ibuprofen, endometriosis connected to anger, like rage. And I was trying to think about like when that started for me in my life, and it had to do with friendships. This is part of my life lesson, my life path. And it's not that these people are bad that I went through this with. It was just the timing and the circumstances and everything. But it's like being left alone, putting all your effort and your energy, putting 100%. You know, some people have come back and said that they've acknowledged this about me, but I've given my all to the person, and sometimes for them to maybe just do something shitty or stomp or whatever. Okay. Right. And it doesn't matter. I'm not a victim. So, what was I even getting at? I think just, the endometriosis thing and the connection. So I do feel like there's a potential that I became angry. I became angry about my situation. I remember crying. I talk about this and saying, why me? Why me? Definitely playing a victim role, and flipping that more recently has made such an improvement in just being able to see things clearly. Of course, that comes in tune with certain, like, understanding alternative health, but I just want everybody to think about that with your own circumstances. And so when you come on, and when it's really what I want to be able to hear your story. And then if you're open, answer some questions about the consistency and quality of your poop. And then maybe also, like, what's your history? Like, what's your traumatic history? Do you think there's a connection? Do you not? What have you tried? All these wonderful things. So appreciate you. Definitely will check my email. Thank you. 24/7. It's cool having you around. I appreciate it. JJ Organics. I talk about this. You and Joe Cool. Thank you both for being here. Two very genuine people. Please go check out their stuff. I've done a live with them. They've done other really good lives. They also do their own research on, they do such really cool stuff with old vintage film stuff, old newspaper articles, which I think is like one of my favorite things actually, and a lot of Florida stuff. So please check them out. Brother Brian, of course, again, you are loved. You're a super valued part of this community. Once again, just want to say that. And JP also knows that he has my heart, and that you are also a super valued person. Like, people really, they're like, JP, you know what I mean? Like, you guys are there. You're not, you're just doing your thing. There's nothing else to say to that. Nicole, thank you so much. It's been really wonderful having you around and being supportive. Sideways Stewie, appreciate it. Really good conversations today, guys. And this was so fun. Nigel, thank you. Aaron, of course, thank you so much. Aaron and he's so busy all the time, but have definitely talked behind and the scenes and tried to get some things going. So I know he'll be a part of making things happen. Lannis is found, one of my new friends too. Really appreciate you guys. I know I'm missing some people. I know Squirrel Snipe was here earlier. Isabel, thank you so much. Isabella Live. Derry, I know he was here. And I feel like I said Squirrel Snipe. I feel like, am I missing somebody? I'm sorry, you guys, if I am. And it'll probably hit me later. I didn't say bye. So I'll be thinking about you because your ears will start ringing. So I'm going to play a video. End with, you might have seen this before. It's one of my wandering videos. I just thought, I hope you don't mind. I think I enjoy it. The nature stuff. It's just kind of give you nice, peaceful feeling. And if you ever come to Oregon, just know I will take you on some amazing hikes. And there's tons of waterfalls. I live near a park that has where you can hike 11 miles. And there's 10 waterfalls, and there's several. They're 200 feet. You can walk behind them. So I will be doing a video of that place. I have some video, but I'm going to go really early in the morning when nobody's there and get some really good video. So anyway, thank you. I wish you the best of health. And as you saw below, I appreciate you. I love you. Thank you. And I am sorry if there's ever anything out of your control. And as that banner says, I strongly recommend you stop yourself and you say something positive about yourself to yourself today, whether it's in your own head. You don't have to say it out loud, but who the frick cares? It's my attitude. Please take care of yourself, okay? Thank you. Love you guys very much. Talk to you soon. Yes, Multnomah Falls. Come on, Nicole. Take you. It's overcrowded, so I will take you to some even cooler ones, but I'll definitely take you to go see that. Okay. Bye.